don't have Joe on here. Oh, there it is. It's being live streamed. So you can go ahead and start.
One question I have.
Good morning.
At the outset is just to confirm, Kristen, are you taking minutes? Has that shifted to you? Is that correct?
What I am doing is taking minutes as often as I can, but as a director, I also have to participate in the conversation. So typically those notes have been supplemented by the attorney and Michelle.
Okay.
Bryson, Michelle is planning on watching the live stream when she returns from vacation and doing minutes that way.
Okay.
All
Sounds
right.
good. Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and call this meeting to order. It'll be our regular meeting of February 10th. Looks like we have everybody present. We have a quorum. We can conduct business. Good morning, everybody. Good to see everybody. Thanks again for being flexible as we move through this fun times we're having with the pandemic. But let's go ahead and get started. Mark, we do have a member waiting in the
Yes. So
waiting
Joe,
room for a public comment period.
go ahead, Joe, and let Jonathan in, and I will introduce him, and then we can go from there.
He is joining now.
Okay. Hey, Jonathan, can you hear me? Jonathan, you muted yourself, so if you're responding, I can't hear you.
Yeah, I got you. I'm sorry. Good morning, everybody. I'm used to Microsoft Teams, so I'm not good at Zoom, but I'll fumble my way around here.
That's okay. I will introduce you, and then you can talk to the board. This is Jonathan Larson. He's with Winter Park Resort, and Kristen had forwarded me an email exchange, and then I had an opportunity to talk to Jonathan, and I encouraged him to just give the board a little bit of an overview of the projects that Winter Park is doing. So with that, Jonathan, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, hey, Mark, I really appreciate that. Thank you. And CA, I just got off the phone with him. I think he's feeling under the weather this morning, so he's not going to join us. But CA Lane is our vice president of operations here at the mountain, and I know that he will want to attend in the future. So just to start out, my name is Jonathan Larson. I'm the director of base operations here at Winter Park, and what that means is that I'm in charge of asset management when it comes to all of our buildings and assets like that. I don't get involved in lifts necessarily, except as support or grooming or things of that nature, or snowmaking. I'm just primarily buildings. So we do deal with electricity, and I do have 4 electricians on the team. So we do partner with Mountain Parks on a fairly regular basis on various projects. And the last one, of course, being the EV project that we wrapped up. And I'm sorry I missed the ribbon cutting, but that was a really nice little project, and we really appreciate Mountain Parks Electric and the help on that. And it's really good for our brand, and it's good for our guests, and they're getting some pretty good usage. Haven't checked the kilowatt hours that we've got on the meter up at the B lot, but I do see cars in there. So one of these days I'll get around there and see how many hours we got on that thing. We also have, here in the last few months, we've been talking a lot about some sustainability projects, which of course, there's a lot of talk about electrical when it comes to that. We'd like to think about, what would it be like to replace some of our systems, snow melt boiler system, things like that are currently gas, maybe, food and beverage equipment, things like that, and think about switching those over to electric, and thinking about ways to be sustainable and ways to do that. But as of right now, it's very difficult for us to really add any more burden onto our current electrical system. And we've contracted with Exponential Engineering out of Fort Collins to update our 10-year electrical needs plan. So we're just really in the middle of that, and I'm actually expecting to see a report from them. It could be as early as the beginning of next month. And then at that time, what we want to figure out is, what's the best way for us then to, to get together with Mountain Parks Electric and start discussing some of the future needs of the mountain, and working with you guys. So you and probably town of Winter Park understand, some of the plans that we have here at the resort for expansion over the next 10 years, which could be additional lifts, could be additional food and beverage, could be, could be some housing, could be a lot of different things. So, and I think we're not too far away from having a pretty decent plan to start talking about. So with that, CA and I just felt that this might be a really good time to really just raise our awareness as to what's going on in Mountain Parts Electric. I know my predecessor, Hal Newberry, was probably more involved. I really haven't been involved. So we would like to start attending these meetings once a month. And YouTube is probably fine. I don't know that we necessarily will have that much to share. But maybe once in a while we would like to have some discussion, or maybe you guys would like to hear a short report from us. I don't know, as we progress and as we start working on these things together. But that's kind of our main goal here, is we'd like to just start raising our own awareness and kind of getting involved and understanding, how everything works and what we need to do for the future. So if anybody has got any questions for me, I'm happy to answer. Otherwise, I'll click off and just kind of listen in. And I'm not sure, I don't have an agenda of what you guys do, but if there's a certain point of the meeting when it's really just kind of appropriate for me to bail, then that makes perfect sense. I don't need to listen probably to the whole meeting, just maybe some of the bigger points.
Yeah, and Jonathan, actually, you can, if you want, you could drop off after this. And as you said, it is on YouTube, and we go through our discussion items, which are the things that probably you would be most interested in. But I also wanted to give you an opportunity to talk a little bit about the floating array that you guys are working on. I know you haven't made any decisions yet, but talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so we're having discussions about sustainability, and I'm really just in the process of really learning about it and what it really means. There's what I think I know, and then there's the reality of it. And I know that Sky, our president, has been a little leery of energy credits and things like that in the past, and CA and I have kind of been a fan of energy credits, so that kind of got the conversation started, and then you start kind of learning about, well, some of these sustainability things are really legitimate and really make sense, and then some of the other ones kind of fall into this sort of greenwashing category that I've been learning about a little bit, and I think that we want to make sure that that what we're doing here is as meaningful as possible. And then I read an article about the FPV that they installed in Walden and understanding all their challenges, but it was a really very interesting project. And I got to thinking about how that might be something for us to look into, since we are putting in a snowmaking pond, which is 9 acres, and I think their pond was maybe 2 acres for their aeration up there for the town of Walden. But so where we're at right now, currently on it, is we are working with Johnson Controls. They're kind of helping us out on that, and then Silater, I think, is the manufacturer, and I've had a couple conversations with them as well. Right now, we're just kind of looking into the feasibility of that project. Does it really make sense? Does the math work on it? Is this something we really want to invest in? So we're in that process right now. I don't think it looks great. Doesn't look like it's a super viable project for us, but there's probably more to it than just the bottom line. So we kind of have to look at branding and look at how we're raising awareness for sustainability. And this would be something that would be extremely visible to our guests, especially in the wintertime, or actually anybody riding on the gondola. It'll be very visible from the gondola. And then, of course, since it is also in partnership with U.S. Forest Service and with Denver Water, that also is a whole other level of awareness that is very interesting to us as well. And another kind of a side benefit to the FPVs is they do help out with water loss due to evaporation on the pond. And that none of these numbers are going to be incredibly huge, but incrementally, potentially they're meaningful, and maybe they're meaningful to our guests and to all of our different partners out there. So we're taking a look at it. I'm not sure what's really going to happen, but we're gonna hopefully get it figured out here in the next couple of months, whether it's a whether it's a thumbs up and it's something that Alterra wants to invest in, or whether we feel that it's that we want to look into something different. So that's, in a nutshell, that's what we're doing with the FPVs.
Kristen?
Yeah, a question for John. Obviously, having a visible solar array can be really good to demonstrate visibly to guests that you care about the environment. But ultimately, right, what matters is the emissions that are coming from the other fossil fuels you combust and the electricity you use.
Sure.
So, at Mountain Parks, we've been working to increase the sustainability of our power supply. It's one of the goals when we revised a couple of years ago our mission statement to try and focus on power that was clean and affordable and reliable for our members. So a couple of questions following on to this. One, are you committed to making this like a visible array, or if Mountain Parks winds up constructing another, say, megawatt or 2 megawatt community solar project, would Winter Park be interested in being a subscriber to that? Or are you more looking to have something designated on your property?
I don't know if I have an answer to that exactly. My feeling is, and this is at my level as a director, I'm not in that decision-making role, but I'll present these projects to them, but I know there is a desire to partner up with, whether it's municipalities, or whether it be Mountain Parks Electric or whomever. So I would imagine that there would be interest in partnering up, even if it wasn't on our property. I do think the visibility plays a role, and I think it's good, and we want to demonstrate to our guests that yes, we do care, and we are trying, and we want to make things happen. So the FPV, solely as a showpiece, I understand. I certainly don't want that to fall under the category of greenwashing. I don't want it to be sort of fake and not real. I'd like to be able to say, yeah, it does actually offset X amount of kilowatts and megawatts, but that may not be the reality, and the project might get killed. But maybe there's some other opportunities on property where we could do it as well with some other projects. I don't know. And we also do have several 100,000 feet of rooftop space too. So there might be some other options as well. And as you come down the gondola, and if you're looking down onto some solar arrays on the rooftop of the Children's Center, West Portal, what have you, or even any new development, which I'm thinking here in the next few days, we're probably going to get some better information from Denver on their 10-year expansion plan here at the mountain. So there are probably going to be some opportunities coming up, but I can't really speak to it definitively.
And Kristen, during the ribbon cutting, I did have a chance to talk with CA a little bit about the community solar, and then also the possibility of us partnering with Winter Park. And even if we split out a portion of the community solar and we put it on site for them, so that whether it's rooftop or something else, that there would be maybe an opportunity for us to work together.
Oh, that's really interesting. And then the other question I had was for you, Mark. So it's pretty well established at this point that for electrification of systems to reduce emissions compared to like gas, for either vehicles or for buildings, emissions have to fall from a greenhouse gas perspective below about 1 pound per kilowatt hour. And a couple of years ago, we got an update from Tri-State. They were about 1.9 pounds of CO2 per kilowatt hour, but planning to reduce that. Did Tri-State provide to you an update in its greenhouse gas intensity number?
They did not at the meeting. I talked with Dwayne about it and had a chance to put it on Barbara's radar. I believe Dwayne said that they are working on putting something together as part of their responsible energy plan. And so I expect that we will see something in the next month or two.
As part of the settlement that they recently came to with the environmental groups, they've committed to making that information available and transparent. So hopefully they can begin by making that available to us, their members.
Any other board questions for John?
John, you guys, I believe, have wind anemometers at the top of most of the ski lifts for looking at the wind speeds for your lifts. Have you looked at wind as an option?
I have not been involved in discussions with wind. What I've heard is when they've looked into it in the past that it also wasn't viable. We had too big. The swings in wind speed were just too great to compensate for, is what I've been told. But that may have been years ago, and that might be something we need to look at again. I also don't know what the stance of the U.S. Forest Service would be on that, but we've got the resources to get those items figured out or questions answered. But I mean, I think we'd be interested in pretty much anything. But my understanding is wind was not really viable when it was looked at in the past.
Liz?
Yeah, I'm thrilled to have you here, Jonathan, talking to us. Thank you very much for attending. I know that in the past, before Alterra got involved, back in the 2010s maybe, there was a community energy group, and Winter Park participated in that, and also sort of looked at what the opportunities were. And so I'm super psyched to see Winter Park back at the table working on these things. I guess one thing that I've always been interested in is whether or not there's any ability to do small hydro, micro hydro on any of the water systems you guys have. And that includes actually the sanitation district. I know they have water coming down, water. So, taking a look at those systems, those would probably, if it could be managed, would more closely match your loads. Solar's awesome. But the water, you're running the water when the people are there.
Yeah, and to answer that, and maybe John Rosen.
Yeah, I know John. John was on the committee. So
right.
Yeah.
So these are fun conversations that I like to have with John, and especially about micro hydro, and we have had some really interesting conversations about that. So really, the answer to your question is yes, we're interested in micro hydro. Some of his ideas have been a little bit kooky, but some of them may be viable. Maybe I don't know a lot about micro hydro, but it's super interesting to me, and I would definitely be interested in that. So, kind of my strategy right now, and starting off with the FPV is that here's this asset that I've identified, and so instead of trying to eat the whole elephant here, I'm just trying to pick out little pieces and parts, and we'll just kind of chisel my way along. And so so if the FPV project gets killed, that'll be fine. We'll let it fail. We'll fail real quick, and then we'll move on. And micro hydro might be one of the next things, or other options for solar arrays. But yeah, absolutely, I'm interested in micro hydro. And it's the last conversation that John and I had about it was in regards to a lot of the snowmaking pipe that we're looking to install. So if we would be, and it seems almost counterintuitive, but there's a chance that we might be pumping water all the way up to the top of the Jane, and then letting gravity take it down to the bottom of the Jane for snowmaking water.
That could be very valuable from an energy storage.
Yeah, so we might be able to offset some of that power with some micro hydro in those pipes, but I don't know a lot more than that. And engineering is not my thing, even though I love hanging out with engineers and learning from them. But I don't really know a whole lot about it. But yeah, we're interested in it. So yes.
It sounds to me like you might have an opportunity to have some pumped hydro storage in the Winter Park.
Maybe we talked about that too. Yeah.
So anyway, there's lots of opportunity, and I'm glad you're thinking about these things.
Yeah, it's all really cool stuff. So that's where I'm personally hopeful that the FPV project will be a good catalyst for some of these other projects. I'd like to see it be viable. I'm not sure at this point that it's really going to work. Probably one of our biggest challenges with that one too is that the water level in that pond won't be consistent. So there could just be some real engineering hurdles that we may not be able to overcome with that project. But anyways,
Have you been
going down that road?
Have you been up and seen the Walden one?
I haven't been there in person, and it's on my list of things I really want to get up there and see what they're doing. I don't know. I need to call up there and see if they even have them cleared off. If they're not cleared off, then I'm assuming they probably are, because we haven't had that much snow lately. But if they're not cleared off, I'll probably wait until they are clear. I'd kind of like to see them in action. So
Yeah, I think that would be a bit of a challenge for depending on how snowy your winter is.
right. Well, it's yeah.
And,
So
and
it's,
the showcase aspect. So
yeah.
anyway.
So that's a part of the equation is just understanding that we potentially are going to lose that array for the winter months, and the kind of that would be disappointing. But we'll just got to do the calculus on it and see if it works.
Great.
Thanks.
Mark, this is Carl. I'll make a comment on the Walden array. It's been covered in snow since before Christmas and still is.
Yeah, that's kind of what I figured.
Any other questions from the board for Jonathan? Well, thanks, Jonathan, for joining us today. And, we look forward to working with you on your projects. And, when you guys are ready, just reach out and we can set up a meeting.
Yeah. So moving forward, you just would you just prefer that we join in via YouTube? And I guess, one thing that CNA talked about a little bit is, would you guys like to know that we're there in the background watching? Because I can certainly let you know and say, hey, we do plan on attending these meetings. Or is that just something that you're okay looking at after the fact?
Well, we see who joins. Now, we don't necessarily know, everything about them, but we do see who joins on the YouTube. So I think that's probably easier for you, but definitely if you have anything that you want to present, let me know and we'll make sure that we get you into the Zoom. And we hope to be back in person maybe after March.
Yeah, and schedule-wise for us, we would probably prefer to do the meetings online, if that would be possible in the future.
I think that we will continue to have an online option even when we meet in person.
Okay, that's great. And then in the same thing for you and the rest of the board, if you do want us to present or check in, or if you want to report from us at these meetings, feel free to just reach out directly to me. Just email me with a Zoom link, and we're more than happy to to give you a 5-minute report, on what's going on at the resort, if that's helpful.
Appreciate that.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thanks, John.
Thank you.
Okay, Jeff, I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay. Immediate minutes of previous meetings. Everybody take a look at them. Any corrections, additions? If not, we'll need a motion to accept those minutes. Liz, you're
Move
muted.
to accept.
Thank you. That a second by Dick. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries. Attorney's report, Bryson.
So I believe Levi sent you the usual materials. I don't have anything to add beyond those, but happy to take any questions.
Any questions for Bryson? Bryson, I do have I want to add an executive session item, board attorney relationship, just a quick discussion on that executive session, if that works for you.
It does.
Okay, thank you. Anything else for Bryson? Okay, moving on. Mark.
Okay, a few things to talk about. We had talked about our program to have members self-certify the ETS units, and we did 3 mailings to them, and then we actually did some phone calls to some of the members. I am happy to report that we had 356 ETS certification forms that were filed by the deadline. That left 16 members that failed to certify and were moved off of the ETS rate. That is 96.4% of the ETS units. And in going through this process, because I will tell you it was not easy, at our January managers meeting, we discussed the certification process and tried to kick around some ideas that we could use to improve it. Joe Palmer has found a way to use one of our systems related to metering called TUNET to review each ETS unit and determine how the unit is using the electricity. So we believe we can utilize this analysis to determine whether or not the unit is actually operating. So we won't need to have members self-certify. It will just be, we'll be able to do it as part of a process with the systems that we have in place. So I was really happy that we got such a high percentage, because I will tell you, coming into the home stretch, it looked like we were going to have a number that had not certified, but they came through in the end.
What was the number that did not?
16. And there are actually 450 people that were on, or 450 units that were on the rate. The 356 included some that had multiple units. And so that's why, 450, 16 left, it's 96.4% is what we had self-certified. In January, we added another form of payment, American Express, that members could use, and it went live on January the 11th. We've been working with American Express for quite some time, and frankly, it was us that we had other things that were a higher priority, so we finally got that set up, working with NISC. We didn't advertise it. We really were just thinking that at some point we would maybe mention it in the magazine. But we found that we didn't need to advertise it, that members started paying their bill using American Express. And in fact, we had $3,000 worth of bills that were paid in the first week using American Express. So, and they have continued to use it. So our members are resourceful and they go out and they find it if it is there. A little bit of an update on the Winter Park land. And there is also some information in the housing update that Jessica provided. Jessica reached out to the realtor about the board questions regarding annexation of the lot by the town. And we got a response from James Shockey with the town. The property would have to be annexed into the town to be eligible for Grand County water and sewer taps. They have similar boundaries. And so in order to do that, we would have to have it annexed into the town. While the property is within the 3-mile growth boundary for the town, they would not want to annex it without some sort of development plan in place. Now, they indicated that if we really wanted to have it annexed without a plan, that they would consider that, but they would probably give it a very limited use, such as open space, forestry, or agriculture. So that's where we are at this point. We have not done anything else with the town. We just got the information to report it back to the board. So I will stop to see if anybody has any questions on those first 3 items. Seeing none, we will move on to the FERC process. The parties, Tri-State United Northwest Rural Public Power District, filed their direct testimony January the 7th. Then the similar parties with an addition, Tri-State Guzman Energy United and Northwest Public Power District, filed answer testimony on February the 4th. FERC staff will be filing their direct and answer testimony on March the 4th. And then the parties will file cross answering and rebuttal testimony on March 25th. If you had a chance, the direct testimony was interesting in the different points of view. I have not had a chance to review the answer testimony that was filed, but we'll hopefully get that in the next week or so. Discovery has been an ongoing process, and multiple parties are serving requests on Tri-State, and then Tri-State is serving requests on other parties, as are other parties serving requests on each other. So there's a lot of discovery that's going back and forth at this point. That process ends on April the 5th. And then, as I mentioned, the hearing will start in May. At the last board meeting, I reported that a Tri-State had scheduled a member CEO meeting on January 14th, the day after the board meeting. At the meeting, Tri-State presented a presentation on the modified contract termination payment methodology that they have submitted. It had a short explanation on that, and then a more extended comparison of United's balance sheet method with Tri-State's make whole methodology. And I previously had sent copies of the PowerPoint presentation to the board members. The last item on the FERC is that the commission has not ruled yet on United's motion for clarification. I would expect that if we're going to see a ruling, it will be sometime in March. I attended the Tri-State quarterly CEO meeting on January the 18th and 19th at the Tri-State headquarters. We began the meeting with a report from the new chair of the Tri-State CEO, which is David Spradlin of Springer Electric Cooperative in New Mexico. Then Dwayne presented his report, and he covered the January board meeting, their plans for the February strategic planning, Project Ascend, which is the consultant that they have hired to help identify cost reductions, and then introduced the new Chief Energy Innovation Officer, which is Reg Rudolph. He joined them actually, I believe, Monday of that week. And then various other staff members presented updates on the ERP, the organized markets, Cybersecurity Council, and a legal update. We had scheduled or requested to schedule an executive session with the CEOs, and out of those reports, that expanded to where we asked if Dwayne Hiley would participate as part of that executive session. He said he would be happy to, and so we had a lengthy discussion on all things FERC and the positions of the various parties and possibilities of settlement and that type of thing. So we spent, I believe, 3.5 hours, and Dwayne Hiley answered questions from the member CEOs. I think it was a very productive session, and hopefully we will see something come out of that. So with that, I will pause to see if anybody has any questions on those two items.
What do you expect to come out of that?
I think there is a possibility that the parties will come together to talk more about settlement than they had, because unfortunately, and this was not necessarily part of the executive session, but the parties have had a tendency to try and somewhat litigate this in through the media, and they have made statements, and they both sides have talked about while the statements may be factually correct, they are definitely biased in one direction or the other. And as a result, I think that having actual conversations face to face is a better way to settle something than putting your position through the media back and forth. And there still is an opportunity to settle it before FERC, the hearing, or even after the hearing. So that is my hope. Like I said, there was a lot of really good conversation and some very strong feelings from all parties, and I think some misunderstanding from some parties. And it was an opportunity to educate people that felt that they knew the answer to something and they did not. So I think it was very beneficial, and that will help as we move forward, in my opinion. Liz? Okay, then I will move on to a fiber update. We received a request from a group which includes Fraser, Winter Park, and Middle Park Health to provide an update on the project at their February 18th meeting. Joe Palmer will be our representative to provide that update, and then he will also be a part of the group as they move forward. Middle Park Health is building a facility behind the Foundry in Fraser, and they would like to have a Meet Me Center built as part of that would be able to tie into our fiber. So we are going to discuss that with them and work to see how we may be able to accommodate them. Their construction will start this summer. They will be probably behind what we are doing. And so we'll talk to them about opportunities. And I think they are very flexible, at least based on the conversations that I have had with them.
Who is the third party? Fraser, Middle Park Health, and
Winter Park. The second thing is Levi and members of MPE staff had a call with a firm that specializes in fiber and broadband on Monday to investigate next steps in leasing to a third party for commercial service our fiber. The firm provided us with some options that we need to think about on how we would create that relationship with the third party. And we have asked them to give us a proposal to provide us with some agreements for that type of service, advice, and then assist with negotiations as we move towards that. As I reported, I believe last month, we're continuing to have discussions with Connexon and to gauge their interest in being that third party. And if they do not give us something, which we are have a meeting scheduled, I believe it's the middle of March, then we will look to put out an RFP to be able to solicit parties that might have an interest in doing that. As you recall, Connexon did get the RDOF federal funds for our service territory, with the exception of Walden. And so I believe that they are in the best position to be that third party, but they have to step up or we're going to move on. I will pause there for a moment to see if anybody has any other questions on that. Liz.
Yeah, just tangential to all this, but it's about money. The NRECA magazine just had a article about the broadband dollars that were in the American Rescue Plan. It's $350 billion to rural broadband. The rules haven't all been written, but it's focused on middle mile, apparently, or some of it's focused on middle mile. And so they are trying to position co-ops so they can go after that money once the rules for those funds are released. And then there's another, I think, $42 billion that was in the infrastructure package. And so I don't know who, I mean, NRECA could provide guidance, I'm sure, on helping mountain parks or a third party access some of that funding, perhaps. But I'm curious, like, would it make sense to have someone really, a consultant or someone really go after some funding for that? So just food for thought.
Yeah, one of the things that Connexon has talked with us about is the ability to partner with us to go after the funds that become available, and so that it would help to reduce any cost of doing the project, as well as the potential to expand that into broadband to the home. So we have had some of those conversations, and have also had conversations with some of the other Colorado co-ops that currently do the fiber to the home as a service.
For the benefit of members who perhaps have not been following all the ins and out of fiber, could we just provide a brief update of kind of where we are to date? We've built the fiber backbone, but Mountain Parks is not doing the fiber to the home. That's hopefully going to be a third party.
Yes, we have started phase 1 and expect to have it completed in May. And phase 1 goes from Winter Park through Granby over to Grand Lake and then up to Hot Sulphur. And phase 2 will be the remainder of our system. And we are working to put together an RFP for phase 2 and expect to have that completed by the end of 2022. What Mountain Parks is building is the backbone. So if you think of it in terms of the highway system, we are building the interstate. And then we are looking for a third party to provide fiber to the home, which would be those county, state roads that go into the various towns throughout the state of Colorado. And we have had conversations that go back probably a year and a half, 2 years, with a number of parties to be that third party provider. And most of them have fallen out at their own choice to be that last mile provider. But we believe that the current company that we're working with has the federal funds and has the resources and capability to do that fiber to the home. And that's part of the discussion that we're going to have in the middle of March as to whether or not they are willing to make the commitment to move forward. And if not, then we will seek another partner that would provide the fiber to the home to our members. Okay, moving on. I attended the next conference, which is an NRACA conference on January the 31st through February the 2nd. You don't feel too bad because it was in Palm Springs, although it was cold in Palm Springs. It was only 60 degrees. The conference had several good keynote speakers that discussed the electric industry's future related to generation, sales, service, public policy, organizational change, emerging technologies, and labor force changes. I attended breakout sessions on battery storage, electric vehicles, and cybersecurity, and also had the opportunity to talk to a number of vendors, including a vendor that deals with unmanned aircraft systems, also known as drones. They provide the actual drones, software to utilize the drones, and also to be able to use to survey your system, as well as training for your staff. I talked to a microgrid developer regarding our challenges with the area up in the Larimer River, as well as the other member that we are looking at restoring service to, and have a meeting scheduled with them within the next month. And then also talk to 2 vendors that do solar and battery storage, and they develop projects. And so we will make sure that they are part of our RFP for our community solar. And the one has said that they will give us proposals with and without battery storage. So we'll look at all of those. It was a very interesting conference because it's not necessarily focused on today. It's focused on what they see happening in the next 6, 12, 18 months. And that's part of what made the speakers interesting, I think, is that they weren't just talking on where it is today. And it's not also just the utility folks. It was energy managers for large companies. One of the presenters was from Caterpillar. One was from Tesla. There was, I think, Target and Walmart. They had their folks there as well. So it's a nice opportunity to get to kind of talk with people on both sides of the energy, the providers as well as the folks that use electricity from us. The last thing, on January the 17th, Brian Lee, our safety coordinator, tendered his resignation effective January 27th. So he has now departed. He accepted a position with a former employer to develop a training program in conjunction with the Department of Labor. The management team met with him on January the 25th to develop a safety transition plan that includes new hire orientation, monthly inspections, monthly training, regulatory reporting, drug testing program, as well as discuss any open items that he had. The team has assigned tasks to various individuals to ensure the continuity during our recruiting process. So that's the bad news. The good news is that I contacted the recruiter that we've found Brian through, and since it was just short of 12 months, the new search is not going to cost us anywhere close to what it cost us the last time. And when I say just short, we were about 2 weeks short of the 1 year, which was the guarantee period. We have also posted it internally to give anybody that works for us currently that might be interested in the position. And CREA has reached out to us with possible names of a few candidates. And the recruiter has already presented us with one Colorado-based candidate, and we are attempting to schedule an interview with that candidate for next week. So our hope is that we will not have the lengthy vacancy in the safety area that we had with the last time our safety coordinator left. And with that, I will see if anybody has any questions before we move on to the safety report.
Yes, Mark, Carl here. Just a comment on your micro grid on the Laramie River. I've been pushing Tri-State to have a presentation from Jeff Wadsworth on what they did up at Red Feather.
Yes.
And that is scheduled for the March meeting. So at that point, we should learn as to what they actually did, who they're serving, what their costs were, what participation that Tri-State has in the project, and everything else if anybody's interested in listening.
That will be good. I have had the chance to talk with Jeff at a couple of meetings that we've attended together about that project. And but it'll be good to get a presentation from them to get more details.
Sorry, taking notes. Was that a broadband project or something else?
No, Red Feather. It's the microgrid that Poudre Valley did.
Kristen, that's in PVREA's territory, and it's Red Feather Lakes is the location. I believe it's sort of centered around the fire station there.
Okay, if there are no further questions, we're going to move on. With the safety report, there were no accidents, incidences, or near misses in the month of January. That's 2 months in a row that we had that. We did have, and this is, I'm guessing, related to snow, a few people that decided to take out some of our equipment. On December the 14th, a semi truck pulling a modular home took out one of our poles, and we have got the information for the company, the driver, and that will be handled by our insurance. On December 23rd, a bus struck a pole and actually sheared the pole off, and we had to replace that. We have the information for that as well. And then on January the 4th, a snowplow operator at the Snow River Ranch, which is the River Run Resort, struck our transformer vault and caused some damage, which we have subsequently replaced. And we, of course, have the information for their insurance as well. So all of the incidents we expect will be covered by their insurance, and we should recoup the cost of our repairing those facilities. You see in the report the safety committee activities. There were a number of things that were done there, and then the loss prevention and training that's been completed, and then the upcoming training that we have scheduled. And we are moving forward with that training because it was outside training resources that were going to provide that training. And so even with the loss of Brian, we're still able to do the training for our staff. With that, I'll try to answer any questions. And if not, then if we can get a motion to accept the safety report.
Motion to accept the safety report. Sorry to
Thanks,
see.
Liz. Second by Justin. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries. I think that gets us to discussion action items, Mark.
It does. And I will note that in the original agenda, and I believe board packet that we provided to the board, there were two policies for review, B1 and B3. We pulled policy B3 because there are elements of that deal with RUS, and we need to resolve those before we bring it to the board, assuming the board votes to move forward with the buyout. And so if that does in fact happen, then we will bring back a revised B3 for the board's review in March. With that, we will look at action item A, which is board policy B1. It is the board of directors and general manager.
Does it, for anybody else, is it not loading?
No, I don't have it either.
Yeah, we
I don't
go
have an A.
straight to B. We go straight to B right now.
Yes, and it was there and it is now gone. So we will move on to B, and Joe can work on seeing if we can get B1 back up there. So we'll move on to B, which is the approval of the election supervisory committee.
I have a question. Have any of these folks participated in a Mountain Parks Electric election before? And have they demonstrated a familiarity with our policies governing elections?
Kristen, I can answer that. Yes, 2 of the 3 have. And generally speaking, after the board approves the supervisory committee, we send them our policies to look through and read before they convene. And then, of course, they have the benefit of consulting with our attorney before they actually do their work to review the policies again.
And typically, Levi has kind of, I don't know that I would refer to it as training, but he provides them with guidance from the policies as to what their roles and responsibilities are, to make sure that they understand their responsibilities as they oversee the election.
Do we ever reach out to actual former directors who have taken part in a competitive election to ask them to participate?
We did, and they were not available to assist with it.
Okay, thank you.
Quick question, Mark. What policy or what action item are you asking me to look for?
Action item A, it's board policy B1.
A, B1. Okay, hang on one second. Let me look for that. I don't
Okay.
see it in the information I have, but I'll look.
But we could probably go in our board documents and I'll pull up the policy. I don't know
Well,
if it's been redlined.
Yeah, I believe that there were some red lines on it. And so what we will do is we will go through the action items and maybe the reports, and I will get, because I have a copy of what was done with that, and I will get it to Joe so that we can look at that before we finish the meeting today.
So I
I
would.
think Justin had some.
Go ahead.
No,
Sorry,
you're
Liz.
good. I was going to just make a motion that we accept the proposed election committee and alternates in action item B.
Second.
Thank you. A motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries.
Okay, so that moves us to item C, approving the date of record for the election. Well, actually not it's the date of record.
What does that mean?
Uh,
Oh, go ahead, Mark.
Rob. No, go ahead, Rob.
What it means is, at what date do you have to be a Mountain Parks member to vote in the election? You have to choose a date. And the date that makes sense, I talked with Levi about this, is it coincides with the date of notice that we have to provide notice to people, and that's 40 days before our annual meeting. And other than that, Bryson, feel free to chime in if you have anything to add to it.
No, that's correct.
So basically that's when we mail out the ballots. And so if you're not a member by then, you're not going to get a ballot.
Correct. That's correct.
It's the date of when the list of members is, that's the final list. Really, it's the
Yeah,
date
and it
when
has
that-
to do with, we need time to give them notice of the meeting and need time to provide them with the things they're going to vote on. So it really has to do with the time it takes to mail them this information.
I move to set the date of record for voting in the director elections in 2022 to April 4th, 2022.
Thanks, Liz. And a motion by Liz and a second by Mr. Zeef. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries.
Okay, moving on to item D, discussion of district member count. If you recall, we had a little bit of discussion about this last month, and Kristen had asked for a breakdown of our members by district, which we provided at the, I think during the meeting last month, and it is an attachment to your item D. And with that, I'll let Kristen move forward with the discussion on this.
Hi, everybody. So as one of the newer board members, I had been under the assumption that we had approximately an even number of members in each district, given that each district elects a director to represent them on the board. So I was fairly surprised to learn that next year, when my seat is up for election, which is District 1, over 3,000 members will be electing a representative to the board, while at the same time, members in our northernmost district, 3, fewer than 1,000 also get one seat on the board. So I was looking at the numbers, and there's a huge amount of variability. And at the end of the day, it appears, well, it doesn't appear, it is a fact that a minority of our member owners control a majority of this board. And it seems that the area where most of my members are located, which is the Fraser Winter Park area, up on into Granby, have the most directors or the most members packed into director districts, over 3,000 each, while the more rural parts of our service territory seem to have a preference granted to them in terms of representation. So it adds up to, districts 1, 2, and 7, which are Winter Park, Fraser, Tabernash, South Granby, have over 9,300 members, where the remaining 4 districts have 8,750 members. So how'd this come to be?
I think I can address that. It was basically this, where the districts are located, Kristen. We went over this, I forget the last time they adjusted the districts, but how would you handle Carl's district any other way just because of geographics? And that was the reason it was done. That would bring part of Carl's district down into Grand County. And, it just didn't seem to make sense at the time. That was the reason for it. I'm not justifying it. I'm giving the explanation of why it was done that way. It was basically geographics for the northernmost districts. That's what happened.
So geographically, I mean, there's.
How would Carl handle Grand County when he's up in Walden, and it would be, south of, what is it? is it Palmer Divide, something like that? His district would go way south. And
Yeah.
no, I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying the reasoning behind it was based on geographics. That was the only way the board at that time felt it made sense to set up the districts.
Yeah, I understand geographically considering that. Yet we still have this situation where we have essentially districts in, actually your district, Dick, District 2, has the most members packed in. So you have a situation where, from a matter of speaking, your members have the least representation on the board compared to other members.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm saying a lot of it had to do with just the geographics. And that was back then. The numbers have since changed. I believe, we had fewer members when these districts were first established, the last time there was an adjustment.
And I believe that last time was 2016 or 2017.
Right. Yeah. In fact, they've taken my district and brought part of it to the east side of 40. And I don't even have any idea where that dividing line is when you look at a map.
Yeah, that's kind of an issue. It gives us preference not only to people who happen to own homes in Jackson, but like that's an easy district to describe. None of the rest of us have the ability to easily geographically describe our districts unless we happen to be experts in surveying. So it just seems discriminatory, you guys.
Well, let's say this too, Kristen. I mean, we as a board voted to accept this districting. So, I mean, if it's the board's prerogative to want to go in and have staff redistrict and relook at that, then, that's something we can do. But again, this was a board level decision to accept this districting.
Sure, it was a board level decision, but our board is governed by its governing documents, and ultimately it's the members who are supposed to control the co-op, right? So if the board is deciding to grant members in, a certain geographic region, what ultimately amounts to a privilege or an advantage, that's blatantly unfair to people in my district. And, our governing documents our bylaws say that members are represented by the board representative that they get to elect. So I'm speaking up for the members of my district, District 1, and saying this is not fair. And we should have an equal, as close as practicable number of members per district. Otherwise, we wind up in a minority rule situation like we are now, where 4 members of this board representing a minority of our members get to decide where the co-op goes.
But Kristen, you just used the word practicable. How would you, if I could ask, how would you decide on District 3? Where would you draw the lines to make that district really function appropriately? And that's what the board tried to deal with. We realized it wasn't equal. The board wasn't blind to this fact. And, mine has the most. I mean, if you changed the thing and gave me 100 less, it's not going to make that much difference to me. I understand your point, but we looked at it and we couldn't figure out a way to have a representative that lives in Walden pick up everything on 125. It just didn't work practically.
It does work practically. All you have to do is redraw the district so that there's an equal number of members. And yes, that means that somebody gets to combine.
I do have one thing. I'm concerned that we talk about the board drawing the districts. I'm very much opposed to the board drawing the districts. I think the board could talk about principles and make sure and reaffirm the idea of proportional representation on this board, but the board should not be involved. I mean, it's like asking people to be involved in designing the district they run in. It's just, that's something that we should stay away from. But I think
that's independent redistricting.
Right. I mean, in the past, the board was not involved in drawing the actual boundaries. The staff did that. It was taken out of the board's hands. The boards did vote on those maps. Your comment, Jeff, to both of your comments that this districting was passed by the board, and also to your point, which is that it may not be have proportional representation or equal representation. This is an improvement over the way the representation was in 2010 or 2015. I don't know exactly when there were just 6 districts. It was even less proportional there. So, and it was a compromise to get to something that was more equitable. Is it equitable enough? And I, your numbers would suggest that members might have a legitimate concern that they're not being heard. And I don't know what the state requires. I think whether or not, Bryson's on, but it does, it does raise questions.
Our bylaws say that we're supposed to have equality of representation. And while our bylaws do allow us to consider things like geography, I'm pretty sure that any reasonable person would say that 900 versus 3,000 plus is not equality. And, in terms of what the law says, and Bryson can speak to this, there are provisions about governance in the statutes that govern cooperatives that establish that not just rates, but any policies, practices, or procedures are supposed to be just, reasonable, and not unduly discriminatory.
Yeah, so let me add a little bit of context here. As far as any statutes requiring an equalization, you don't have that requirement. You have a lot of latitude there. As far as representation, I think it's important to discuss again that regardless of how the board is elected, when you act, you all represent the entire membership. And I know it's easy, especially when you elect by district, to see as you're a representative of that district, but acting as a board, you represent the entire membership. As far as what your
Our bylaws say that you are elected to represent that district. So there is that consideration, Bryson, but there's also our bylaws, and there's also
I was going to get to the bylaws next. Now, the bylaws also say the specific language is that you'll consider in each district for the purpose of establishing equality of representation by the directors of the members to the extent practical, given the historical development of the cooperative, the natural and geographic conditions, the existing residential, commercial, and industrial development, and the potential for changes in growing of population and development in the succeeding 10-year period. So that's the standard under your bylaws that are going to govern you. To me, that is a typical totality of the circumstances test. You have a primary goal of equalization, but to the extent practical, not practicable. Practicable means unless impossible. Practical means to the extent you can functionally do it. You are allowed to consider all these other things in establishing districts. So there's a lot of latitude there for how you go about this. Now, the rest of it, what you want to prioritize and how you consider all those factors, that is a policy decision of the board, not necessarily a legal requirement.
Grayson, so if this board decides they want to look at redistricting, then they would direct staff to do so, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, is that how?
Ultimately presented to the membership for a vote, I believe. Let me look at your amendments here.
Yeah, I think it's just the board that votes on it, but maybe I'm wrong.
It says, except as to Article 3, Section 4 and 5, Article 4, and Article 7, Section 1, these bylaws may be amended, altered, repealed, and supplemented by a 2/3 affirmative vote of the directors then serving. Your director districts are in Article 4. So I believe that would have to be submitted to the membership.
And
Obviously,
it was before. I know it went
Yeah.
to, and there were two things that had to happen, and we missed one of them, or it happened. There are two parts in the bylaws, and so we had to do the next one the following year just to double do it. But you're right, Jeff. That's the process. There was a committee, but the board did instruct the staff to look at that, and then the board considered it, and then decided to ask the members to vote on whether the district should be.
yeah, your bylaws require when you submit an amendment to the membership that it be sponsored either by a required percentage of the members or by the board of directors. So given that this is a somewhat complex process, the only practical way it would work is that you would direct through committee or otherwise staff to produce a redistricting proposal that you would vote on to send to the membership for ultimate approval.
That members would vote on, or that the board would vote on, or both?
The board would vote to sponsor it and send it to the membership. That would be the board level, and then the members would vote on the redistricting for final approval.
Or, Kristen, I mean, this gets to your point of a minority and a majority. If enough members really were concerned, they could sponsor it. But it seems like staff and Mountain Ports knows the territory, has the mapping, knows where the members are located. It would be much, in my opinion, much more burdensome if this were member driven, because it would require them to work with staff to figure out where the members are located and how to draw the maps and all of
Or the
that.
members could simply direct the board to establish equality among representation in districts.
Well, yeah, I mean, they could probably change that bylaw language.
But I would hope, as their representatives, we could uphold that principle and try and make things a little more fair.
Why don't we do this? You have a concern. I agree with your concern. You can't do it, I believe, for this year's election because everything's taken place. Why don't we go ahead and set this up for the next meeting, the meeting after that, and look at redistricting so that we have it in time for the following year's election. So I don't know whether that takes a formal motion or not, but I think that maybe something we should look at and start the process so we address the concerns.
Kristen, has this been a concern of any of the members, or is this your personal concern? Or have you heard from membership, they went, wow, this is really inaccurate?
Haven't heard about this until now, to the best of my knowledge, with the exception of whatever discussion took place a few years back. So Mark, this is the first opportunity to really explain to members how different their voting power is. And yeah, in a few discussions I've had, I have heard people express some significant concern. When I did learn about this, I've been speaking to other potential candidates that might be interested in running for my director district next year, which if anyone's listening and they're interested, please get in contact with me. And yeah, I mean, this has come up. Mark, as you may know, I believe one of our directors, Fosha, last meeting said that we are demographically different down here. I don't know if I believe that, but we do have some pretty big goals down here. You heard from one of our largest members, about their concern about sustainability and whatnot, and seeing that this end of the county this end of the service territory has more members per less mile of line, and yet we have a minority of the board members. It was pretty remarkable to me.
Well, this is a major undertaking, I would think, by staff. And so, Dick, your suggestion is that we take a look at this. And my thought would be, okay, if we're going to take a look at this, then we probably need a motion to that effect. Would you agree with that, Bryson? Or
yeah, I think it's fine, especially if you're, and maybe I misunderstood Dick before, if you're at the stage where you want to authorize staff to really dig into this, then you're looking probably at a significant resource expenditure on it, which may be something outside of your approved budget. In that case, I would definitely recommend a motion to do that.
Bryson, that seems speculative to me. Mark, do you think this would be a major undertaking that involves additional budget to look at number of members per district?
And I'm going to respond because I think there's two Marks, but I assume you were addressing the question to me. I don't know about significant expenditure. I don't believe that the staff can do this because I think you're going to need somebody that can take the map, and we can provide them with the information, but they're going to have to be the ones who redraw the districts to make it even. If the staff did it, I think it would be take a lot longer. I think that somebody that specializes in doing things like this would be much easier for them to do it. It's not unlike redistricting for voter purposes. And so I think there are professionals out there that can assist with that. We can provide them with the information and where all the members are, and then they could actually go through and they could, to your point, earlier point, provide a map of, this is, by street or other markers where the district is and how many people are in that district. And obviously, I think the board would need to provide guidance as to, what they were looking for. And and I guess the easiest thing would be to try and have the same number of members or as close to that as possible in each district. And if that's the case, then we can, I think, work with a professional that does this to do it. And so there would be some cost. I don't know how much.
Mark?
Carl, did you have something, Carl or Justin?
It doesn't.
No, I don't. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Carl.
I don't have a comment at this point, since most of this conversation is directed at me, I guess. But Dick is right. When we did it before, geographical concerns were one of the driving factors. I think Bryson has said that is a consideration, and so at this point, I don't have a comment.
Mark? Sorry, go ahead, Justin.
I feel the same as Carl, but I do feel like the geographical concerns are valid. And I don't know, I think Carl has our second largest member in his district of energy consumption also. And I wouldn't want to see our share be any less at Tri-State and have United have 6 seats on the Tri-State board. So, that's an example of the opposite direction where we have.
Here's the untenable situation that this potentially presents. We may have a motion presented shortly to look at redistricting. If me, Dick, and Liz vote in favor of that motion, we're representing the majority of members. If the 4 of you vote against it, you represent the minority of members, but your voice will carry. That's an untenable situation.
Well, I'm not sure that it's an untenable situation. You're just talking about numbers, Kristen. You're not taking the totality of the circumstances, I don't believe, into this. And
all right,
that
let's
one
take into account
that we got to consider is geographical.
Geographical is one. Historical investment in the cooperative is another. Who pays for it? The amount of subsidy provided between districts is another. Sure, we can look at the totality, but at the end of the day, this is not equal, guys.
Yeah, I think.
Liz, did you have something?
Yeah. After sitting through the rate design committee meetings and starting with the A37 rate, which you guys, some of you weren't on this board when Tri-State put that into effect, but essentially it levelized the cost of energy, whether you were a peaking co-op with a low load factor or someone who had a pretty constant load factor. So it kind of ignored the cost to serve per member, and it equalized everything, which sounded good to a majority of those members. And that sailed through the Tri-State Board, and in my opinion, has led to much of the divisiveness and the reason why people wanted to leave Tri-State. And as we think about representation and rates and subsidies through districts, we can go down one or two, one of two paths. And one is a very divisive, disruptive path, and one is more cooperative and requires compromise. And I believe that we need to think about those issues as we think about the makeup of this board. People have to be willing to listen, to understand how things affect other people, and not and to see where that subsidy is, acknowledge it, and think, okay, where does it is that level of sharing costs appropriate in a co-op? And if we just see ourselves as geographic areas and representing specific people, I think we need to be really careful in this. But I also think that the members, we need to be careful about how we treat our members and how we allow them to express themselves, whether it's through their representatives or directly. So to me, this is a really hot issue, or could become a very hot issue. And I think as a board, we need to acknowledge that and try to work together in it, solving it.
I just want to add to that, just with the legal context from the hypothetical that you proposed, Kristen. I would say that in that scenario, all directors are obligated, their primary obligation is to do what's in the best interest of the co-op for the whole membership. And your policy for representation gives you latitude to consider a number of things. Policy-wise, it's up to the board to decide which of those things listed, how to balance all of those things listed in designing its districts. But the ultimate action is not about giving more power to one district or another, or more individual representation, but rather what's in the best interest of the co-op from a representation standpoint, with all of those factors considered. That's the legal.
What's in the best interest of the co-op is equality. And that means having roughly an equal number of members per elected district, or changing to what most of the co-ops in Colorado do, which is everybody gets to vote on the directors. So the directors do represent everybody, but y'all have chosen to go the district way. Most other co-ops that do districts have an equal number of members per district. We're the outliers.
So yeah, and I would say that that's certainly all viable policy.
Is that policy, Bryson, or is this your legal opinion? Because I don't want you to try and sway the board on this. I'm elected.
Yeah, no, I'm just giving the legal background and backdrop to this. What you said is certainly based on the bylaws, policy position within the latitude of the bylaws. All those things we listed are viable considerations.
Yeah, as we talk about geography, that was something, if you have everyone elected by the entire electorate or the entire membership, you can still designate that members need to come from certain areas, but they get voted on by everyone. So that is one way to solve that problem. And that was discussed in the prior committee. It was not adopted, but there are different ways to solve this. And, before maps are drawn, maybe we should have, some homework, think about it and come back with different suggestions. I don't know. I've made Jeff cross. I can see that, but there are ways to, if we should think about what our values really are or what our priorities really are. And, if they're not being met, can they be met, through certain changes? If we want to, but.
And I am not a board member, but I would perhaps throw something out that we could have a special meeting where this was the sole topic and give advance notice to everybody so that all the board members would come with ideas to discuss at that, and hopefully out of that could come a direction from the board. I mean, that's one possible option.
Mark, a
Yes.
question. We have a map that exists that shows where every member lives or gets service. Is there a program out there where, and I've seen it with other things, where you move a line over on the map, 2 inches, and it shows you the change in the number of people within the district? You follow what I'm saying? In other words, there should be, the way computers are now, there should be a way to take our map of all of our members with our existing districts and be able to actually take it and say, okay, if you move this line here between 1 and 2 off of Highway 40, what does it do to the number of members? And not make it a great, big, huge problem. I don't know where the new lines would be drawn, and I'm really not overly concerned with it. But if we're going to do it, I'd like to have the tools so that when we sit down and talk about it, it's an interactive tool that says, okay, Carl's district needs 1,000 more people. You move that down, where does that line come up? And have people actually look at it and see, does that make sense? And I think if we had some interactive tool, it might make our job a little bit easier than just getting together and talking about, a concept of where everything's going to be. I like to visualize the change and see if it makes sense. That's something that I'd like to see. So I don't know if that's possible.
Dick, I can't say with 100% certainty, but I would tell you that with the tools that we currently have, NISC, and perhaps some of our engineering maps, I don't believe that we could move the line and that it would automatically recalculate the number of people that were then within the box, the revised box. I believe that there are people that do this more for a living, that we could provide them with the data, and they may in fact have something like you were saying, that it is a map with all of those things on it. And then you can say, okay, if I move this over from the west side to the east side of 40, and now I have a different box, how many people are in the 2 boxes that I changed? But Stacy, you're probably as familiar or more with NISC of anybody. Do you believe that there is a way for us to look at the NISC data and move something, and that it would recalculate the number of people within a particular district?
Because we're all on a nice platform now, MapWise, engineering, and NISC, accounting and billing. We allow MapWise to come in and make sure that we've got everybody per their service location in the right district. And we let the map push that data over to us. So we have test files. We could do some changes there, but the avenue where we get that data is from mapping. So if Heather's playing with mapping or could play with the district lines, we can overlay that and look directly. Most of that is live data, real-time data. So I don't, that's my avenue for, being able to distinguish, because we don't have a way in billing to know this person at this address is in this or that location without having that map data come over. Does that answer your question?
Well, yeah, I think so. I mean, basically, we can create the GIS map data, and then somebody that has the tools or understands how to manipulate the GIS data, we could create a test file. And then I think, Dick, to your point, we give that to somebody, and then they would be a part of any discussion, and they would come in and they, you would say, okay, let's move this line 2 miles over. Let's move this line 2 miles up. And they could do that in a model that they created to be able to tell you what that does and how it affects the actual member count within the revised box that you created.
Yep.
But I don't believe that as staff, we have the ability to do that. We have a GIS person, but I don't know that she has the capability to interactively make the changes that we want. I think that we would need to have somebody that has more horsepower come in to do that for us. But I think it is something that could be done if we were going to have such a discussion.
And again, I mean, you're talking about numbers. Like in my mind, there's more to it than just numbers. So.
And I think to
Anyway,
get
go
to the
ahead.
numbers,
Yeah.
to get to those numbers, to me, it seems like we would have to eliminate directors without having to have continuous blocks, unless, I mean, you want to give Carl downtown Winter Park to get him up to that number. It's going to be very awkward lines drawn clear across our service district.
The lines in my district are very awkward, and I don't even get to get a good map to present to my district members. So again, that's discriminatory.
I think, we're talking about districts, and I'm like, I think certainly there are other ways to, this co-op has always had districts. And if we had districts then voted at large, it would solve that problem. I think sort of thinking more about this, I understand concerns, but again, I think that we really, and maybe we're, so far we're doing an okay job, but I think like the service availability charge, when that was put in, a lot of that revenue that comes from that is from very dense, the dense residential units in our service territory. And if you look at our cost geographically, from a number of customers per line, it's very different throughout our district. And as a board, we need to be aware of that and how that dovetails with our representation.
Speaking as a member who lives in District 1, which is the most compact geographic region, and yet we only have one board member, even though we have more members than 2 districts combined, that, that doesn't seem like it's being considered here at all.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to say that it's that those factors aren't, our rate structure. I think we will continue to have conversations about it, but it is influenced by how our board is set up, and that's my only comment. Other than if we're not careful, we could get into where Tri-State is, and I don't want to go there. And so I think it would behoove us as all of us to try to decide whether this is something that needs to be addressed and have a really good conversation on where the pinch points are and how we can move. And maybe it doesn't all get addressed in one fell swoop, so there's not a huge shock. But over time, how do we get to, if there is a problem now, how do we get to a situation where the board really does feel good about the sort of the underlying principles and whether we're adhering to them? So I guess that's my only comment. I mean,
I would want to bring this conversation to a close and ask if someone would be willing to put forth a motion to either have a special meeting on this or to re-examine this in advance of next year's election and have staff bring a proposal. All right, hearing none, I'll make a motion.
well,
first on having a special meeting prior to next year's election, whereby the board and membership can examine the potential for redistricting.
Okay, the motion by Kristen. We have a second.
I'll second that, but I'm not sure whether a proposal from staff for redistricting is, it seems to me that having a facilitator or someone come in and talk to the board about how board representation is done throughout co-ops and how it influences decision-making and board dynamics would be helpful before having.
That's what I'm proposing, is a special meeting, not necessarily a proposal from staff. I'm proposing that we have a special meeting on member representation and redistricting.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? I would say as well, I mean, whatever happens with this motion, but it's something that could be added, you know, down the road to strategic planning as well. So just trying to think of an avenue for it to be discussed. So I'm not want to brush it under the rug, but just looking at different platforms for that discussion to happen. So with that, all those in favor of the motion, please state by saying aye.
Aye.
Looks like I have 3. Is that correct? 3 ayes? So it'd be Dick, Kristen, and Liz?
Yeah.
And all those opposed? And I'm going to vote on that as well. Carl, did you have a vote on that?
My vote would be to have a discussion about it. I don't think the issues that we all have brought up or you all have brought up are going to go away, and I think they're important, but I'm certainly willing to have a special meeting and talk about it.
Okay, so you're an aye?
Yeah, I would be an aye.
Okay, so it's a 4-3 for the in favor. Is that correct? My math is good.
That's my count as well.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
for
the motion passes.
for those of you opposed, do you want it noted in the minutes?
I will also
No.
note that it only takes 3 directors to call a special meeting for our bylaws and board policy.
Okay. Mark, so it looks like Jessica is or somebody uploaded the policy B1. I don't know if you want to move to that.
Yes, Joe uploaded that. So we can go back to item A, which is policy B1. You will need to refresh your iPad in order for it to come up. And looking at this, this was the version that was sent by Levi. There do not appear to be any changes to policy B1. Well, at least there's nothing in red. And he generally has his changes in red.
Anybody got any questions or comments on B1? If not, we would need a motion to accept it.
Motion to accept.
Thanks, Dick.
And make public.
Motion. And make public. Dick, you good with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We have a motion by Dick and a second by Mr. Volt. All those in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay. Approved.
We did have a question from Jonathan Larson, who is still participating. And his question is, will the special meeting be a public hearing?
I think public hearing means different things to different people.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
government entities, but it seems like it would be a public meeting.
Yeah.
Or a meeting open to the public, to our members.
Well, typically, any of our meetings are open to the public, at
Right.
least for a portion of the meeting, because that's the way it has to start. And then there are times where the meeting will go into executive session, which then is not open to the public. So, but Bryson, I will let you opine on that question.
Yeah, no, that's correct, the way you described it.
So
Not,
I guess,
and we wouldn't, and I would just clarify that we wouldn't consider that a hearing, but just an open meeting.
and I guess further to that is that we would be required to notice the meeting. And so we would notice it to the members, and there would be a description of what was going to be discussed. And then if there was the desire on the part of the board to have some of that discussion in executive session, that would be listed as well under executive session.
Yeah,
And
that's all correct. And you typically do that. However, you are able to go into executive session regardless of what you list in advance on your agenda.
And Mark, just more follow-up on that. Will you guys look at some dates, staff, and come back with us for when you think there's good timing for that?
Yes, I will. We'll put something together, and I will send out an email in advance of the next board meeting, so that if the board had the desire to set that meeting prior to the next board meeting, they could do so, and then just ratify it at the March board meeting.
Okay, thank you.
I think about 5 years ago, right when I came on, there was a CREA, maybe on board, and the person talked in through, see if I still have my notebook from there, but they did talk about districts and representation within your board. So I'll see if I can find that person, but everybody I've ever had present on those have been excellent. So.
Yeah, and what I would say that staff will do is reach out to CREA, CoBank, and CFC, because they also provide mediators or experts that can talk about facilitators. And so we would do that to get the names of some individuals that might be able to do that. We'll also look at, the possibility of having a professional that can, as Dick discussed, be able to take our data and allow for, create a model that allows for moving of lines to be able to say, okay, this is the effect on it. And one of the other things, in addition to that, I think that we will attempt to do, and I'm not saying we can do this, but we'll attempt to do, is potentially have revenue impact, because I think that was mentioned a couple of times, that revenue associated with each of those members, and is that if you move the line, how does that affect the revenue within each of the boxes? We will have that or we'll attempt to have that at the meeting so the board can either look at it or not, whatever they would like to do. If there are any other things that a board member would like us to consider, you can think about it and then email myself and the rest of the board, and then we will attempt to be able to incorporate those into the meeting as well.
I think Justin's right. I think there in one of the NRECA classes, books, they talk about the different ways you can organize, how the voting patterns are and all of that. So I'll try to see if I find my book too. It's just a good reminder, for me, it'd be a good reminder to go back and look at that and think about the various setups.
And Liz, if you find something and you would like to share it with the board so that everybody has access to it, you can either send it to me or you can send it out to the rest of the board as well. Okay, moving on. Item E, the RUS loan document approval. The first document under item E is the resolution as drafted by CoBank and reviewed by Levi. And then the second item is the actual loan document. What I will tell the board is that in the discussion last month, you saw a proposal from CFC, and that you authorized staff to go forward and try and make this happen. There was not a specific designation in the motion as to who, whether CFC, CoBank, or a third party. When staff met with CFC, they revised their proposal. We believed it was not fair to not give CoBank, who had also given us a proposal, an opportunity to revise their proposal as well. We did get the revised proposal from both. We reviewed them and made the determination that CoBank was a better offer for Mountain Parks and its members. And so we moved forward with CoBank in getting the information that we needed from them. And that is the result of the resolution from CoBank that the board would need to pass in order to allow us to move forward with the loan and to potentially close that loan within the time frame that we had. One of the reasons why we got a revised proposal was that interest rates changed. And what we did with CoBank is we discussed it with CFC as well, and both of them gave us the pricing necessary to do this. We locked in the rates as of the date that we moved forward with CoBank, because rates were continuing to move, and actually they moved up by 1/10 of a point the following week. I don't know where they have moved in that interim time period, but in order to assure that whatever proposal that we brought to the board was the proposal that we would actually close the loan under, we did a 60-day lock on that rate with CoBank. And so we have that time period to close the loan. RUS as well as CoBank do not believe that that is a problem, as long as the board approves the documents and moving forward at the meeting today. If we pushed it off to March, I would say it's highly unlikely that we would be able to close it with an approval in March. I'm not trying to put any pressure on the board. I'm just trying to make sure the board understands the timelines that we have to work under. So with that, I will stop and allow the board to discuss this item.
So I'm sorry, interest rates went up. I thought we were told at the last meeting that they were locked.
They were not locked at the last meeting. We said that we could lock in the interest rates, but because we didn't have the approval of the board to move forward at that meeting, we could not have locked it. We had proposals from both. We didn't anticipate that they would move as much as they did in between the time that we had the proposal and we had discussed it with them 2 days before. And after the board approved moving forward, we met with them the following week, and there was a significant difference in the proposal presented.
And that was why we made the motion the way we did, to allow you guys to continue to bargain, because those rates were not certain. You hadn't locked them in, and things could change. So we didn't name one entity or the other. I have a very general question. You may not be able to answer it in open session. I sort of recall something to do with the two entities we were discussing and how the loan might impact future power supply options. Is there or not?
With either option, it does not affect our ability to look at alternative power supply options.
Okay. Thank you.
Under the new rates, do we still save by moving to a shorter term?
Under the new rates, under the proposal that we are moving forward with, we save money. Under the other proposal, we did not. It was more of a break-even proposal. And that's why we selected to move forward with CoBank. We have interest saving, and the cash flow is within the limits that we believe don't cause Mountain Park's financial issues. I will say that savings are not quite as great as what we had thought with the other. That savings was in the realm of $2 million of interest over the shorter term. The savings are now between 1.2 and 1.5 million. And some of that is not, well, it is all a factor of the interest rate, stated rate that we have with RUS, as well as the rate offered. But the prepayment penalty for RUS moves in inverse relationship to the interest rate. So if the interest rate goes up, the penalty goes down. And there was additional reduction in the penalty that provided some of the savings. And it was a significant reduction in the penalty. I'm sorry, Jeff.
You're asking for, go ahead.
I said, I think
for approval.
Yeah, I would make a motion, but I was waiting to see if anyone else had anything to say. You know, to me, it seems like the staff has recommended this. You guys are still good with the flexibility and ease of sort of work process that this brings, as well as, I mean, the only real concern I have is sort of those cash flow numbers. That seems like that could create a little bit of stress, but if you guys think it's, you know, if we can save $1.5 million or $1.2 million and make our ability to do things more nimble and the workload easier on staff, then I'm in favor. So I guess I'd move to approve the CoBank loan documents. Is that what I should say? Or the refinancing?
And resolution.
The resolution?
Yeah.
Okay. Move to approve the resolution authorizing refinance of RUS loans to CoBank.
Okay, we have a motion by Liz. We have a second by Mr. Z.
In terms of wording, do you want it to specify CoBank? Or just?
In this instance, yes, because we need, I mean, we have locked in the rates with them, and we need to have it be CoBank, because those are the documents that, if approved by the board, we will need to get signatures from Jeff, Kristen, Justin, Liz, myself, and Stacy.
Okay, so can you read back the motion, Bryson? So we're all aware of it.
I'm recording. So Liz moved to approve the resolution authorizing a refinance of rural utility service loans to CoBank.
Yep.
That sounds good, Bryson, with you?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
For the notes,
Anybody opposed?
Did, yeah.
Anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries. Mark, looks like that'll do it for, well, we're down to the capital credit presentation. I'm thinking now might be a good time to take a little break. That work?
That works.
Okay, let's be back.
Capital credit presentation will probably be 15 or 20 minutes, and then the Western United delegate designation should be very quick.
Okay, let's get back. Let's come back at say quarter after. That work for everybody? Take a little break. Okay, thank you.
So Dick, did you get enough of Mexico, or were you ready to be back?
No, I was not ready to be back, especially coming back and having to shovel the deck where the young man who was staying here left a bunch of stuff and it turned to ice. But no, my wife was very concerned that being gone for 6 weeks, she would say, "Oh my God, can I be away?" 5.5 weeks in, she said, "Oh my God, it went by too fast." So it was fun. Yeah, I would love to spend the winters there, but I have all these obligations to you guys and everything. So I don't know.
Well, and I think that the weather differential was probably a factor in that, because I'm thinking it was slightly warmer there than it was here.
About, let's see, 80 and low at night, 100 degrees, 110 degrees difference between the high there and the low here. But you know what? That's okay. You look out at the snow and you look out at all this stuff and still see a few moose trying to eat my bushes. So you got to go out and spray them, but that's all right. I can't complain. I'm very fortunate.
Well, we are glad to have you back in the hood.
Well, thank you. I wish we could all get together again, but you know, with this stuff going on.
Well, hopefully after March, I think hopefully the numbers are going to go in the right direction. As of February the 6th in Grand County, it was 16.8% or something like that. It had been down around 10. So I'm hopeful that in the next few weeks that we see it drop. So.
Well, I noticed the paper said there's no one in the hospital right now, which is a good sign.
Yes.
So whatever the contagion is, it doesn't seem to be as severe as far as affecting us elderly people. Would they say 80% of the people that passed away have been over 60 years old? So Mother Nature is culling the herd, and too bad there's not a vaccine for stupid. That's all I could say.
Casey, you ready to go?
I'm ready. Yeah, I'll just take off my mask so you can hear me clearly while I present.
Okay.
So in your board packet, if you wouldn't mind clicking on F under discussion action items, letter F, you'll see the Mountain Parks Capital Credit presentation. So I was just going to go through this. And below that, there's appendices with just some references and guidance. And hopefully you had a chance to refer to those and look at those. And I know that just to get started back in September, October, a few of you had attended Scott Lucal's presentation at one of the conferences. And there were some questions that came up that I just wanted to address in a formal presentation and just set the stage to see if I could answer some of your questions, such as if you go to the second page on the presentation, how does MPEI allocate? When do we allocate? What gets allocated? And then as far as retirement goes, how does MPEI retire? When do we retire and what gets retired each year? So those are the questions that I wrote down that came up, some specifics around those, and then additional questions that you might have. So just wanted to start out just with the building blocks of the allocation. Allocation is a year-end process of assigning margins to patrons. So what I took away from Scott is a reminder it must be fair and equitable. And what I know is it's required by the IRS. So MPEI allocates to keep our 501c12 status. So how do we allocate? This is a easy and a complicated answer for me to give. So if I were to just share my screen real quick, we have a few years that we go back that we've allocated in the past. I'm just going to show you this, just a real quick, can everybody see it?
You might want to blow it up a little bit.
Okay, thanks. So just a capital credit transaction recap. We have allocated months and we have unretired. So going back in the past, And you don't need to study this. I used to put it in my board presentation. It's a lot of numbers, but it just shows back to 1995, we have some allocated dollars for G&T that are unretired. Going forward into 1990 or 2001, we have MPEI and tri-state dollars that we've allocated. So what I'm talking about first to answer the question is prior allocations. In the past, prior to NISC conversion, we have allocated on a kilowatt hour basis per Scott Lukow's presentation. So we looked at kilowatt hours by member and looked at the margins we were allocating, two-step process, look at the margins you're going to allocate, then allocate those margins. And we did that by kilowatt hours. Moving forward with the conversion of NISC, I was reading through the board policies, which I put in here for you to look at, and it specifically states how we allocate, and it's based on sales. So when I was talking to NISC with allocations, and I'm looking at, okay, we're based on sales, is kilowatt hours considered sales, or is it something different? So Scott Lukow had a patronage and a kilowatt hours, and he had a delineation between those two. So when I talked to NISC and said programming, I said, oh, it's very clear how we allocate. I was new to allocating, new to the conversion. I said, let's allocate on sales. So I told NISC this, they do the behind the scenes programming for our allocation because it's, 20,000 members get $10, $5, $2, $3. So I tell them how to allocate. So they put that in, and I was going through some of my tests, and I'm like, wow, there's some differences there. As Scott Lukow pointed out, there's differences in how you pick your allocation method. So I went back to NISC and I said, all right, we want to allocate on sales, but it looks like we've done kilowatt hours in the past, and there were some differences that I wanted to close the gap on. So I asked them, is there a blended method? And they said, yes, you can look at kilowatt hours, you can look at sales, and we can do a blended method and almost an average of those two. So without going into the complications of that, I will say in the past, we've allocated on kilowatt hour sales. Now we do kilowatt hour sales and do a blended method. Questions on that?
I'm sorry, what's the difference between kilowatt hours sold and just sales?
So I can go into specifics of members, but there's different rate classes. So when you're doing across the board, you have different rate classes. That some rate classes, we have different rates based on their usage. Some rate classes are based on just kilowatt hour sales. Some are based on demand and capacity that they draw on our system. So so there are some differences, kilowatt hours only, and then sales. So the blended method seemed to be fair and equitable and match our policies when I was looking at it at the time. So.
Thank you.
In the blended method, the sales are it's the total margin, not the margin per class.
It's not on margin, it's on sales. So I want to make that distinction.
Okay, total sales,
Yep.
but it's not
sorry.
sales per class. Sorry about that.
Yes.
Okay.
So for the notes, so sales takes into account not just the number of kilowatt hours passing to the member, but also the demand, if applicable.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, cool. So when I look at allocating too, I'm looking at the margins that get allocated. So the first step in allocation, not to give you too much detail, but just to give some insight at what I look at is on the Form 7 that I show you all each month, there's a net profit, net margin amount that and I'll go through that today, but there's a margin number that I allocate. So if I were to take that number and just tell NISC, go ahead and allocate it, it'd be really easy, automated process, but there are more complications that we as a co-op have decided to do. We have deferred revenue. I try to look at unbilled revenue too, what's out there that's unbilled. Those are things that we don't want to allocate in a year until they're realized. We have separate contracts with different members. So we allocate those differently based on those contracts. And then we also have made the decision in our policies and bylaws not to allocate non-operating margins for interest and other small income. So looking at that, net margins get allocated. Most operating margins, or actually all operating margins get allocated. Non-operating margins do not. So wanted to make sure you were all aware of that in the allocation process. So that's what would constitute a margin that we allocate. So once we allocate, like I showed you on that worksheet, we have a lot of allocation going on. And then 18, 22, 23 years down the road, we retire. We say this year we're going to retire. So the retirement is a return of payment of allocated or assigned capital credits in the form of a check or a bill. So in one of the appendices, I put our general retirement summary from last year. So that gives you hopefully all the information you want and more on how we retired last year. So we put into the system based on the retirement, what rules. We're not going to send out a 2-cent check. We're not going to send out a 5-cent check. Not good business practice. We'll send out $5 or more. We won't send out checks to active members if it's $50 or less, those type of rules. So you can review that in the appendices that I added. But when we do a retirement, it satisfies our IRS requirement and avoids possible lawsuits. So when I first started 6 years ago, there were quite a few lawsuits with co-ops that hadn't done any retirement 30 years back. So we do have a retirement schedule that we stick to. Again, that's in the bylaws and policies that I sent here, what our retirement schedule is. And I think it's 25 years or less is where we are now. So what do we consider about retirement and capital credits? We consider member relations, communication of the cooperative model, rate fairness, and adherence to tax code. So MPEI, just making sure I tell you everything that I have in my notes. Once a year, based on the approved budget numbers and the board policy retirement cycle parameters, we retire each year, usually in late April or early May, trying to do it prior to the annual meeting. We retire both tri-state capital credits and the cooperative capital credits based on the budget pre-approved years of retirement. So every year that the board approves the budget, I put the years we want to retire. We retire both tri-state and MPEI, as you're all aware. Active members that are active receive under $50 will see retirement as a bill credit. Over 50 will get a check. Inactive members receiving less than $5, I just said that, but will not have a check sent out. Inactive members with bad addresses. So if we know we've sent a capital credit check to them, it's been returned to us. We will not send another one. We won't waste the postage, but we will advertise their names and we'll hold their checks or those funds for 3 years. If they don't claim them in 3 years, they'll be given to the education fund. So let's see. Other information in the appendices talk about the retirement numbers, specifically 2021. So these are things that I consider that you all brought up with co-op's responsibility with capital credits. How do we get out of litigation and keep ourselves out of litigation? We have a retirement schedule that allows for annual retirement. We have a desired rotation for the board with adequate, making sure we have adequate cash flow. Thus it's done in the budget, the decision each year. Make sure the method of allocation can be backed up with hard numbers and be shown to be fair and equitable. Done annually, margin calculations done correctly. Our CPAs and auditors check those every year. They go on our tax returns. We have checks and balances. We comply with our bylaws, policies, IRS, and the state. Keep up with the many administrative challenges with capital credits. Just making sure we're sending them to the right people. We have the right names. We have the right business, the right name, different name changes. There's a lot of behind the scenes work that my department does for just keeping up with making sure we're sending capital credits to the right people. Former membership notification, bad addresses, bad debt. How do we handle those? Accurate reported capital credits on the 990. Member education. We have early Electrify Everything program where we allow them to use capital credits. We have estates and deceased. We have inactive people that are allowed to get their capital credits at a discount. When someone owes us a bad debt at the end of the year, we write off bad debt and we're able to discount and apply capital credits to cover that bad debt. And then we do our annual retirements. Also, we have fraud protection. We have a positive pay system set up in our bank because we send out 20,000 checks, and the ability for fraud is high. So we've done, we work with our bank closely every year to upload that list of capital credit checks. So only the checks that match the list are able to be deposited. The ones that don't get rejected, sent to us, and we can approve and push them through if they're okay, or deny them. So that helps us with the fraud. But in a nutshell, that is our capital credit process. Any questions?
Unmute yourself, Liz. There you go.
Just a quick question. So you were talking about sales, but when I read the policy, it says revenue. So I'm just thinking those two are similar. Yeah. Okay.
Synonymous is how I use them, sales and revenue.
Okay.
Yes. Different than margins though, so.
Right, well, oh yeah, totally. But as we talk about demand and kilowatt hours, those aren't the only sales dollars we get.
Service availability,
right.
Yeah.
And that's included in that.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Not in the kilowatt hours, but yeah, the sales revenue.
So the sales revenue is considered as a factor in allocation.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
That's a two-step process.
Yes.
Stacy, in the past, I've heard you express a desire to try and get us on something closer to a 15-year capital credit retirement schedule so that members don't have to wait quite so long.
Yes.
I'm curious where you think, what you think we could do to better position us to be able to return capital credits on that timeline.
It's like I sent you that question. Yes, as a conservative accountant, I would love to see our years that we are holding people's money decrease. I understand the importance of having that money to support our system assets that are long-term assets. And when we think about using the money and returning it to the members, what is the right return number of years there? In my mind, 15 to 25 is good. As an accountant on the balance sheet, I have this number that I need to return to the members. So what's the best way is we have members that leave the system, and as we have members that are active members, to get to a number of years where we're matching active members, inactive members, and getting closer to active members is one of my goals and one of the considerations. So what we started to do is implement programs and ways that we can lower that cycle of retirement, lessen it, I should say, by looking at a member who goes inactive. We now have the ability, and we have for the last 5 years, to discount the capital credits if they want it and return it to those members. So when we're doing that for one member, that prevents us from having to do a check for the next 20 years, 10 years, 15 years, whatever it is, discount it at the net present value today and return it to them. So that's one way that over a long term, 10 years, 15 years, we'll shorten that cycle. Another thing that we're doing is if somebody leaves a co-op and they have bad debt, they have, they're inactive, they no longer have an electric account, they left us with some unpaid bills, we can discount their capital credits and just apply their capital credits to those unpaid bills. Same thing with someone that passes away. So when we're doing those type of programs, when we're paying that money out up front, it lessens the cycle. That's the goal as well. And then special programs like Electrify Everything, if somebody participates in it, we allow them to cash their capital credits out as well, apply it to that program, and then that lessens the cycle too. So then also what I do is looking at the budget each year is just make sure we're on a good cycle for returning for the retirement. And that's a balance with cash flow and also returning retirement money. So over the past 5 years, I have ramped that up a little bit as far as the return of retirement dollars go, just to make sure we're in line with what our policy states under 25 years. So that's what I've done so far. There are other things that we could do and we could talk about in the future if the board's goal was to really go to 15 years, 10 years, other things that other co-ops have done. Of course, when you look at a large retirement, you also have to be mindful of cash flow. And recently with this buyout of RUS, there's, cash flow concerns with that. So that answer your question? Any other questions? Okay, good. Thanks for allowing me to present that information, and let me know if something comes up later.
Thank you, Stacy.
Yeah.
The next item that we have is item G, which is the Western United delegate designation for their annual meeting. I had sent out an email. I got a few responses. Nobody really gave, okay, these are the two people we should have. So what I did was I knew there would be at least two people that would be there. Dick is there because he is on the Western United board. So he was designated as our delegate, and Jeff will be there because he is will be the outgoing president of the CREA board. So he was listed as our alternate. So, and we sent that in, they needed it last week. I sent it into to Western United. So those will be our delegate and alternate for the annual meeting. I also, the second attachment is a copy of the agenda. It's a fairly short agenda, and the meeting typically goes fairly quickly. So what I need is a motion to approve our delegate and alternate for the annual meeting for Western United.
So moved.
Motion by Kristen, a second by Liz. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries.
Question for Stacy. I'm sorry. We could go back to hers. You'd mentioned one thing about notification. And I'm curious if NISC with other co-ops has an ability to on a bill have that be an automated function, like on their January bill or whatever. And I also am concerned about doing that notification because I feel like we've had discussions with our attorneys about those capital, about that not being a member owning those dollars until they're actually retired.
Yeah, I can give you my thoughts, Bryson, and maybe you can chime in with, maybe it's more my opinion, being in charge of the member services department. NISC does have the ability to put allocated amounts each year on the bills. Yes, we do have a way to do a postcard as well, separate notification to the members. I have always thought that capital credits is important for the members to know that they're a member of the co-op. The confusing part at times is when you tell them that you have allocated so much money to them and then they don't see it right away. They don't see it as a credit on their bill. They don't see it. It becomes an explanation and a lot of phone calls and a bone of contention sometimes with the members just because of the lack of understanding. Now, we do our best to communicate. You have these allocated funds that we most likely will return to you in 20 years. So we've chosen not to do the allocation I have for that reason.
Do we have any obligation legally to do a notification? And that's to Bryson.
Yeah, and to your first and second question, I'll just reserve my comments until executive session.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to bring that up. It was just something that you had in your presentation mentioned, and I was like, I should ask about this. I don't, as long as we don't have any legal.
We keep track of it.
I'm fine with how we're doing it.
Okay.
Okay, so Jeff, we are up to the report. So I think Scott, you're first up.
Does anybody have any questions on my report?
I just wanted to compliment you on looking at ways to reduce our demand.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I like that. You mentioned that you were going to do that. It's cool to see you checking into it and doing it and seeing if it'll make a difference. I also looking at the critically overloaded transformers, brought up when I was reading one of the magazines and the supply chain issues. Another co-op was looking at their transformers, and they were trying to find the ones that were no longer used that they could go out and remove and use in other areas because they couldn't get new transformers. So I was curious. I mean, I don't know if we're in that situation, but I thought it was an interesting response to some of the supply chain issues and using your technology to solve some of that.
We are not currently there, but there is a very long lead time on transformers. And Scott, and he can explain this, but we are working with Scott Don's group to identify projects and what we need for longer lead time items to increase our stock so that we will have them when we need them.
We're continuing to update the warehouse on what needs are of projects that we have forecasted. We're all working together on it. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Scott. Don, you ready?
Hey, good morning, everybody. Any questions on my report? All right.
Hold on. I think Liz has a question, but she needs to unmute.
Yeah. I saw the photos of the avian protection stuff. Are you guys using GPS to sort of keep track of all of that? I mean, are we using that to sort of figure out where the birds are?
So we're using our mapping, obviously, you know, and I tell you, it's really cool this year. What we're doing with our system patrols is I'm able to see where the folks are at all times in regards to where they're at on their patrols. And they're putting a concerted effort on the avian protection, you know, also working with Fish and Game on some of those issues, especially in the irrigation area. That was our issue last spring. So hopefully some of this new avian protection and working with Scott's group on some of our design changes will help in the future with that.
Hey, Don, do you want to talk a little bit about the trip savers and new fuses?
Yeah. So I think I've told this group before that we're, you know, starting in the Winter Park area and we'll make our way all the way to Walden eventually, but we've identified a lot of the areas that we're putting trip savers up. So we're almost complete with the Highlands right now. So that's always an issue where we've got a lot of those expulsion fuses and they create an arc. And when the crews are doing that too, they're actually taking away some of the other potential ignition sources where they're actually squeezing solid some of our connections that used to be kind of a mechanical system to actually put on. So that's really helpful. Scott's group is also identifying areas where we're going to be just using a current limiting fuse and they will be there. They're not as a high tech as our trip savers, but they'll be a really good option for those fuses that don't blow that often or ever. So, and then one other thing I wanted to say is Nate Town, our superintendent, he did get his pilot license, and I think I put that in my report, and he did get his drone in yesterday. So he's a little bit excited about that. He does have a vendor coming and doing some training. He will be training one other person that if he's around, they can actually fly too. We just got to be able to trust that they won't run into a chimney or something. So we're gonna continue to work on that. It'll be great for our vegetation management, and it'll also be great for our system patrols, especially in some of those hard to get to areas.
And one of the other benefits of the conference that I went to was that vendor had socks with drones on them. So I brought back a pair for him. Since he is a pilot, he now has socks with drones.
Yeah, if you see, go ahead.
Make sure you give Nate our congrats on his license.
I will.
Is that Does that thing come, is it like a software package specific to utility work or?
Yeah, so that's what we're working with on the other vendor. So we order the drone, we got a nice camera. Now there's vendors that will help us with the software package, and it's not a really expensive, which is nice, where they can take those downloads of pictures and be able to, put them in a nice little package for us to be able to help with our system maintenance.
If we participate in any of the local career fairs where we're encouraging people to consider a career in helping our mountain parks go up, maybe the drone would be a fun thing to highlight or showcase.
No, you're spot on. And I'm trying to avoid Rob a lot with this because I'm afraid it's going to have other marketing opportunities and I need it more for operations. So. Any other questions?
Thanks, Don.
Yep.
I'll start with questions and then I wanted to point out just a few things in my report to you all. Hearing none, I'll just quickly point out, if you go into my financial report and you go to page 3, which at the top says Part B, and then if you go down to Part C, that's the balance sheet. So when I talk about the RUS buyout, I just wanted to go through how this will affect what the balance sheet looks like. So if you go to item number 37, long-term debt, RUS, 32,186,000. So once we do the buyout, that number will go to 0. It'll shift down to line 39. And on line 39, you will see an add of $34 million. Because as we buy out of the RUS loan, there's additional fees and penalties, which will be added there. So you'll see an increase. So total net increase to long-term debt will be just under $2 million. So when I talk about cash flow, we've in this RUS buyout, when we use CoBank funds, we'll be reducing the amount of this long-term debt faster than we had in the past. So you'll see a faster pay down of line, now it's going to be 39. And that will mostly be coming out of line 15 over to the left, cash. So we'll be using more cash. So it's a big balance sheet item. And when I look at the interest rate, we'll be paying a little bit less in interest. So if you look at the previous page, statement of operations, which is also the income statement, for the first few years, it will be about the same as RUS loan as far as the impact on the income statement. And then it'll decrease and we'll reap the benefits on the income statement over the next 15 to 20 years of the savings. Just wanted to point that out. Also wanted just to point out briefly that the margins were a healthy 2.3 as we have ended 2021. I did opt to bring in $500,000 in deferred revenue to enhance our financial optics for 2021. I did this keeping in mind the need to secure work plan financing for the future with either CoBank or CFC. And it does seem like as good as I can get the ratios and with a good balance there, not bringing in too much deferred revenue, that it just gives us a chance to negotiate better rates. And I'll be using 2021 most likely financials to do this. So a healthy financial state will allow for the possibility of better rates and provide a picture of stability and great financial ratios to the banks. So that's why I did that.
And a question on that, I couldn't, given my excellent financial skills, where can I, how is that reflected on is it reflected on the balance sheet? Where is it reflected on the income?
It's reflected on the income statement and it's a other income item. So it gets netted into the revenue and it's so it's actually in operating revenue, but a better place to look at it would be if you go to past Part A, the Form 7, if you go to the 3rd page.
Okay.
And you look at other electrical revenue. Okay, this is gonna look funny. Normally you would be able to see it under December. If you go
Oh,
to
it says-
913 under other electrical revenue, it would stand out right there.
Okay,
Recorded in there this month, what we, I also have the $620,000 in member credits
okay, yeah,
there.
yeah.
Yeah. So that's a net number. That's the best place to look for it.
Okay,
These are summary financials, so I see a lot more detail and then it rolls up and
right, this is just,
from a summary level, yeah, I can't see the, it is reflected in the margins, but it doesn't have its own line item. on the
okay, thank
statement.
you.
Yeah,
So just so I understand, so the December discount to members, is that reflected in the 2021
yes,
budget?
yes. Not in the budget, in the, we did not.
The
budget for
balance
that,
sheet,
but we-
rather.
Yeah, it's reflected in the income statement as a credit, yeah. An other credit, yeah. To revenue.
Stacy, this is Carl. Question for you. If we go through with this RUS buyout, I realize the forms you're reporting to us are RUS forms, Form 7. How do you imagine what you're going to report to us in the future?
Very good question. I just, that's one of my goals for this next year for myself and Bethany, who's another accountant in my department. When we were going to CFC has a nice Form 7. I don't know what CoBank has. I imagine CoBank has a Form 7, but we will not be an RUS borrower. We won't have access to the RUS system after, I forget what it is, 90 days or 180 days, what they told me when we stopped being a borrower. So I could either do use CFC's form, which is a possibility if we have a work plan with them in the future, or I need to explore what CoBank has, but it will be a little bit different presentation. Now, CFC's Form 7, which is becoming more of an industry standard, is very similar to the Form 7. And I would guess if CoBank has one, it'll be very similar as well. But yeah, all to be determined.
Okay.
To be determined, Carl. That's the answer I'll give you.
Say that again.
It's to be determined. I'll have to get back to you.
Okay. Yeah, that's my next question. That it hasn't been determined by you what form we're going to use, but I assume it will be as effective to inform the board, and hopefully. So thank you for that.
Yeah. I have many reports at my fingertips from NASC that mimic a Form 7, actually, that I prefer. We actually take our NASC form and put it into the RUS software manually. So yeah, that could be an option as well. But any other questions? Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Thanks, Stacy. Looks like we're down to Joe.
Good morning, everyone. You have my report. If there's any questions, I'll take those now. And if not, I will just provide the update that currently we are just under 40% of the company using multi-factor, or it's required to use multi-factor. There's a few cases where we have an optional situation due to some other factors that we're working through with the vendor. We are on track to have the entire company using and being required to use multi-factor by the end of February. Still cannot get our hands on the fobs, which may or may not be a problem because our subscription with the multi-factor authentication provider has a limit on the number of phone calls that they will do on our current subscription level, where the fobs or push notifications, there's an unlimited number of those types of authentications. Don't hope that's not a problem, but we'll see as we move forward and how long those fobs are continue to be delayed. The other thing, and I'll just say this to address a little bit of Carl's concern last month about the Tantalus system. Currently, out of a little over 22,000 meters on the system, there are 23 that are not reporting right now, which gives us well above 99.9% meters being reported into the system. So I do agree that Tantalus is a good system. It does have its challenges at times, but it is, I do think it's a very good system and very appropriate for mountain parks. Otherwise, if there's any questions.
And what I will say too is that yesterday, I actually went onto the multi-factor authentication, and it is pretty simple, to be honest. You sign in to your computer like you would normally do, and then it sends a push notification to your phone, and you press a button, and then the computer turns on. So, and there are other options as well that it will do, but it's pretty slick, to be honest.
Thanks, Mark.
And Justin has a question.
Yep.
I've received a couple of emails from a fishing fundamentals to the Mountain Parks Electric. Is that something we should be following the links? I know at one time you had wanted the board to be involved in that.
We tried it way back, and now I guess it's been more of we want to be inclusive of the board so that you both get an idea of what the trainings look like, as well as you get the tests. You have the ability to interconnect and work with our system, certainly have the ability to impact our system. So I'd like to include you in those trainings and in those statistics. But yes, I think the one you have is very short. I don't know exactly which one you have.
I think they have the phishing and ransomware, and it takes about 2 minutes.
Yeah, that one is very quick, and they vary in length. They vary in topic. We are also looking, I'll just mention that we're also looking at expanding the trainings. Currently, most of them come from a company named KnowBe4. We also have access to trainings through a company called Proofpoint. We purchased our an additional spam and security filter from Proofpoint, and along with that comes access to some of their training modules. We haven't finished evaluating them yet to see if they're good, bad, if there's benefit in using them as well. But I'll report more on that as I learn more about it. But yeah, you'll have those trainings. Go ahead, Liz.
Have we gotten any tests yet?
Tests from
test emails.
Test emails. Because I always look at these and I look at the stuff I get and I'm like, is this a test? Delete.
You may have.
Yeah. So I think
not.
Originally, when we first set up the MPEI emails for the board, you were included. That goes back, I don't know, a year and a half ago or so now. And then I think there was, the sentiment was that most of the board members weren't really using the MPEI accounts. And so it was impacting our statistics negatively. So we stopped and now we've started again. So, and I'll report those statistics after a couple of months. I'll add it to my board report so you can see what those numbers actually look like.
Yeah, what I will say about the training is that it has value to you as an individual as well as to the company. Obviously, that was a big part of our all-employee breakfast presentations on Tuesday about the importance of cybersecurity. We have a presentation we're going to go over with the board later. But the training, it's not necessarily just about business. It talks about things that you can do as an individual to ensure that you don't get hacked or get a ransomware situation.
Mm-hmm. Right. Just general security about what you should and shouldn't do with your personal information as well. So, yeah.
No, I was going to bring up in my CRA report, but now might be a good time is, of course, Delta Montrose reported they're still dealing with that attack on their system. And that's been quite a while.
November.
Yeah, the other thing was there's at least 6 reported cases of co-ops being hit by ransomware around the nation.
Right.
And they're saying, well, 6 that you know of. And so,
and that's a tricky situation, and I recognize that. The sharing of information obviously helps people. I understand some of the reasons why they don't as well. I mean, there are some security concerns. There's also reputational concerns. There's, depending on some of that, but there is a push. NRECA is a big proponent of it. And there's the EISAC is also a sharing mechanism, the electrical information sharing. I forget what the acronym stands for, but they send out a daily email with kind of what's going on in the industry from a cybersecurity perspective. It actually kind of overwhelms you with information. I mean, I try to read it, but honestly, I get through it about 3 times a week. It's a multi-page report that comes out every single day. But yeah, there's many more. I mean, I've spoken to our NISC reps, and DMEA was one of 3 that were NISC customers, that one of 3 in a 3-week period. I've heard statistics as high as 50 in 2021. 50 electric co-ops were hit with, and not just attacked, but had an impairment due to an attack, where, varying degrees. Sometimes it was something small, like their website was defaced or something like that, right up and into loss of a lot of money. Obviously, the impairment to mountain parks would be a big problem from an operational standpoint. But one of the considerations is the ongoing cost of that to a company like Delta Montrose. I mean, they didn't bill for December. I can't, and then ongoing. I mean, now the restoration, the loss of productivity. I mean, it's reported they did not pay a ransom. And so there's reports that they lost 20 years worth of data. I don't know what we would do without some of that historical information. I'll talk a little more about some of that in the executive session.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see any other questions.
Thanks.
Thanks, Joe. Yep. Jessica.
Hi, everyone. So other than my report, which I can take questions on in a minute, just wanted to give you guys an update. So the transition back to NRECA, we had some bumps in the road with registration information and employees being able to log in. We've gotten through, knock on wood, all of that, and we're excited to be working back with NRECA. If you remember as well, we had some exposure on claims that potentially would not be covered. So I'm happy to report that to date, we have had no large uncovered claims. So we are looking pretty good on that so far. If we do have something like we talked about before, we do have that contract with NRECA to reduce our risk. And that was really all I wanted to add. Did anyone have any questions on my report?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks, guys.
Mr. Taylor.
Good morning, everybody. Before we get to questions on my report, I just want to give you a couple of updates on the annual meeting. Mark and I have talked about identifying either an alternate location if we should need it for the annual meeting, or perhaps maybe, something that we might consider as our primary consideration, and that's the high school again. Larger, wide open space, and there's some uncertainty about, what the world's going to look like at the beginning of May. We can all take our guesses, but there's some concern about, how do we do this in the safest way to conduct our meeting? And so I don't know, Mark, did you want to chime in about your thoughts about that?
Sure. In looking at the number of people that we typically get for one of the annual meetings that we have had at the garage, there's not a whole lot of space. There's not a lot of space for social distancing. And so Rob and I looked at a couple of different venues that would allow for more space. I think there is a likelihood that this year we may see greater attendance than we have in the past, in which case we're going to have no social distance at all. So as he mentioned, the high school in Granby, they have a gym that we can be in. We can set up tables. We can also have people that are in the bleachers, so that it gives us the ability to accommodate significantly more people and still allow for social distancing. So what I would propose is that we change the location to the high school, and we notify members of that change, because even with, I will say, more restrictive requirements that may come, that's going to give us the best opportunity to actually have a meeting, because we can put probably twice as many people in that facility and still have space to spread them out.
I had a question. What happens, worst case scenario, you can't use the high school, we can't have the meeting. How do you handle voting?
Well, the voting,
just postpone the meeting,
Well, the voting is, for the directors and other, they mail in ballots. We have the drop box here in Granby, but the voting on the bylaw changes, that's part of why we're looking at an alternative that has a greater likelihood of success, because the larger space would allow us to do things. We could, go to an alternative that is outside and do something like that if we had to at the last minute. But the voting is something that we have looked at. I know the board has looked at the possibility of electronic voting. We don't have that capability as of now. So we're hopeful that we'll have an in-person annual meeting of some kind.
We can make this happen. I think the high school is a good option, and if need be, the voting happens in the parking lot. No one wants to predict what's going to happen, but I'm going to predict that I was wrong about last spring. And so this year, I'm going to say there's not going to be a new variant that's spreading through Grand County that's very virulent, and we're going to be able to meet in person. That's my optimism and hope for.
So if the board is interested in making that change of venue, if someone wanted to make a motion, then what we would do, if the board approved that motion, we would change the communications to say that the location had been moved to the high school.
Move to change the location of the 2022 annual meeting to the Middle Park High School.
Motion by Liz and a second by Dick. Any further discussion?
Yeah, Jeff,
Yeah,
Carl,
go ahead,
Carl, I have a question. Is there any cost involved?
No, there is no cost to use the high school. other than the costs that we incur for the annual meeting, for the giveaways, the food and that type of thing, and those would be the same regardless of the location.
Mark, I think that's
Thank
the
you.
case. Mark, I think that's the case. I'm in discussion right now with the high school on that point. And I think if there is a cost for the facility use, it's minimal. It might have something to do with the cleanup, but I believe it's minimal if there is one.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Carl. I thought in one of the emails when they had talked to us about the availability, they had said that there wasn't a cost.
Oh, maybe you're right, Mark. That's perhaps correct. Never mind.
Are you looking at the East Grand Food Service as the potential for the catering? Hopefully.
That's the thought right now, Justin. We haven't yet reached out to see if we could secure that, but that would be our probably best first option.
Yes, and the one good thing is we looked at the soccer dome as a possibility, but you can't have food in there. And everybody knows it's not an annual meeting unless you have food. So we talked with the school and they have no problem with us having food and drinks inside of the gym.
Okay, all those in favor? Anybody opposed? All right, motion carries. What else you got, Rob?
Just so you know, Mark has been talking about our annual meeting. We're looking to make it more interactive. I'll just tell you another piece. We're looking at using a service with cell phones to throughout the annual meeting to interact with the audience so that they can vote in real time. You've probably been to some conferences that do that. We're looking to do the same thing at our annual meeting. So a small little minor exciting piece that we're working on. And we're working with Tri-State on a video that we're going to play at the beginning of the meeting. So I think this could be a pretty good annual meeting as far as annual meetings go. So with that, that's my update on the annual meeting. You have my report. Are there any questions on my report?
What time's the Grand Lake event? Tomorrow?
It's 9 to 11 at the hub.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And we forgot to invite all board members if they want to come and have some coffee and hang out.
Can you
Kristen,
remind me who made the motion and seconded for the notes?
Liz made the motion, Dick seconded.
Thanks.
Good. Anything else, Rob?
Nothing. Thanks.
All right. Bills for payment. Questions on the bills for payment? Nothing? Dick, you're unmuted there. Did you have something?
No.
Okay. All right. Moving on. Board form, associated reports. Liz, you want to start?
After unmuting yourself.
Sorry. There's, if you refreshed your call to order, there's a letter from the Green Power Committee related to the community solar and the Solar Cares project. I think they wanted to meet in, just encourage the board and the staff to keep working on the projects and to express their support in any way possible to move those things forward. And they asked me to deliver it. I think they had a meeting a couple weeks after the January meeting to discuss this, and then drafted a letter and asked me to bring it to you all so you know where they stand.
And just for the board's information, I have been in contact with the nonprofit that was going to do the project alongside of us, and they are still interested in moving forward. We're having some conversations. They're also working on some things with somebody else for some of their buildings, upgrading lighting and that type of thing. So we're kind of working on dual paths at this point.
Excellent. Thank you. And Green Power is talking to one potential member to replace Stephen Meyer in the Grand Lake area. Mark, there's still, I talked to a couple of people out in Kremling to see if they would be interested, and folks were pretty busy or you know, it wasn't a good fit. So any suggestions, pass them my way.
Anything else, Liz?
Yeah, I mean, I can, if you want to report on the rate design committee meetings now or later or whatever you think.
Yeah, how long do you think it'll take?
Depends on how many questions there are. Maybe 10 minutes, 5 minutes.
I'll have at it then. Let's do it.
Okay, so we met yesterday and the day before, so the 8th and 9th. All of the material that we get is subject to Tri-State Board Policy 406, which is restricted, it's how you handle restricted content. None of the content that was presented in Tuesday or Wednesday's meeting was restricted, so I'm able to disclose it. And Mark had actually sent some of that out attached to an email, so you can review it if you want. The committee, the rate design committee has 42 members. When I looked through the list, I saw 14 tri-state directors in the committee, 6 member directors, and 22 CEOs. So that's sort of, these are the voting members. The meetings were in person. Well, there are 39 of us in person and 3 virtually. And then a whole bunch of additional interested parties attended virtually. I think Mark and Carl probably were on the line for at least some of it. So that was sort of the logistics. Again, if you're interested in listening to those meetings, you can listen to them virtually, and there is a phone line queue where you can press # and get in line to ask a question. So if you're interested, please reach out and we can get you that information. So this rate design committee was really the rate design and is necessitated by the FERC becoming a member of FERC, and the settlement process regarding the A40 rate required that Tri-State come back to FERC by September 2023 with a new rate or a rate. And the rates, there were 4 reserved issues that FERC, there were 4 issues that FERC reserved as part of the settlement for that A40 rate. And I don't even think it's called A40 in FERC, but for us, it's the A40 rate. It's the rate that Tri-State's been charging us. So though 2 of those have to be included really when this comeback rate is filed, and those are under litigation right now, and they have to do with transmission, how the transmission demand, whether it's bundled or just all rolled together, and it has big impacts amongst members, how that is handled. And Mark sent out a spreadsheet that was from Tri-State that showed the impacts of the unbundled transmission. So right now, or historically, all of Tri-State's transmission costs, including radial lines and substation equipment and all of that, has been rolled into one transmission cost, and that is distributed across the membership on a demand basis based on kilowatts. And as the rate settlement process well. United objected to that being done that way, and wanted that unbundled, which really assigns, I shouldn't say assigns, it makes the costs of the service more aligned with those who are driving the costs. So there's less socialization, shall we say, or cooperation among sucking up costs that your co-op didn't really drive. So that is being litigated at FERC right now. I think Mark would know more. There's probably going to be a determination of how FERC wants that to proceed or be handled. And that will get rolled into this rate design. The rate design, as I said, it needs to be filed with FERC by September 2023. The way Tri-State's policies are written, the committee really needs to make a recommendation on a rate by May 2023. That gives members a chance to respond to that and present, comment, whatever. But the Tri-State board will need to act on it and then submit it to FERC. Let's see. New Gen, who helped design the rate that we were on, the A40 rate, and GDS are the consultants hired by the committee / Tri-State. The committee was quite clear that they are working on behalf of the committee, not Tri-State, but I'm pretty sure Tri-State's paying them, so whatever. They are helping with the rate design. They gave great presentations, I thought. New Gen, again, is very familiar with Tri-State's costs. They've done cost of service, and they worked on the A40 rate and the standby rate. GDS is more familiar with FERC processes, and so they're kind of tag teaming here on that. Previously, the Tri-State rate did not have to go through FERC. It was developed using the National Association of Regulatory Utility Commission's guidebook on developing rates, and then the board of directors of Tri-State would vote on the rate, and that was the rate. So this is a little bit different for Tri-State, and the rate has to be justified, has to be found just and reasonable by FERC. The driving factor behind the rate, really, I mean, from Tri-State's perspective, and any organization that survives by collecting revenues from rate, is to meet your revenue requirements. So it's got to meet Tri-State's revenue requirements. They want it to be cost-based, and as others noted, FERC has to approve it. So those are kind of the three things that have to be done. There's a lot of discussion about rate design being part art, part science. And in this case, they're really trying to get all the members to agree to the rate design, because if they do, FERC is likely to approve it. But if it's challenged by any member, then it will go into a settlement process, and FERC is they're likely to require Tri-State to abide by FERC precedent and on the design and the accounting issues, and they'll be less likely to agree to tilt in the rate, and I'll cover tilt in a minute. And the process could take several years before the rate is actually approved. They would accept it for refund, but it wouldn't necessarily be approved. FERC's really backed up right now and under a lot of pressure. So it could be, if they file this in 2023, if it takes 2-3 years, that's 2026. By then, imagine what the landscape that Tri-State operates looks like. There could be an RTO. There are a lot of things going on. And so they really are going to try to get unity over this rate. It's going to be a really big ask, and that it's made me think about the governance issues that we talked about earlier. So you've got 42 members with very different load profiles. And for me, it reminds me of many of the issues we encounter in life. You ask who's causing these costs and who actually ends up paying for these costs. Who pays, who pays, who pays, as Monty Python would say. So what's fair, what's at stake? I touched a bit on the A37 rate earlier, but just to give you an example, that rate, if a member had a demand of 200 megawatts over 72 hours, so that's like 14,000 megawatt hours, and another co-op had a constant demand of 20 megawatts for 30 days. That A37 rate treated those co-ops exactly the same. They paid the average power cost was identical. You can ask yourself which member costs Tri-State or an entity more to serve. It's that first one. They had the huge load for a short period of time, the capacity that had to be built to accommodate that cost money. And so, so that A37 rate, when you think about it, had a lot of tilt. It decreased the cost that someone with a very low load factor would pay in their rate. So the increased tilt shifts more of the demand costs into the energy charge, and it reduces the spread in power costs among the members that have differing load factors. So when you think about equity, you know, if we look at the tri-state co-ops, some of them, when they look at their average power, their costs are higher than ours because their demand is different than ours spread out when compared to energy. And so how much spread is in that power cost can be viewed as, hey, this isn't fair. It's too wide. Some of these people are really getting overcharged. So there's compromise in that. There's going to have to be compromise and understanding of how much that spread can exist. You know, there'll be some people who absolutely want 100% of the demand charges to be charged to demand, and there'll be others that want it to be shifted more into the energy component. So that, I think, is the nutshell of trying to come up with these rates. I think being creative and having mechanisms that will reduce some of the shocks if more tri-state FERC is more likely to require more from the conversations we had. My impression is that FERC is more likely to require more more attention to the demand side and not let it be socialized as much. Go ahead.
As a winter peaking co-op, what does that mean for us? Like, bottom line, does it mean that we could see our rates reduced, or
no? We're not even there yet. And one of the things that I've tried to do, and I waited until after the meeting, was I didn't actually look at that spreadsheet with a transmission unbundling effects, because I wanted to try to come into this as more of thinking about the entire system and less about thinking about how certain things impacted Mountain Parks Electric directly. I think there'll be a time for that, but I think if we can all, as a committee, think about how the system of has to work together to make a rate that works for all of the co-ops. And if we all come in with, well, this is going to cost me this much money, I'm not going to budge here. I don't see how we get to a rate design that works. But anyway, we don't know yet. I know from that transmission unbundling spreadsheet that Mountain Parks actually comes out ahead If so we say, oh, we come out ahead. Well, then you can also say, well, if it doesn't happen, we're subsidizing others. And that's just a really, it becomes a divisive conversation if it's framed that way. So the other issue is, so that the reserved issues were that should Tri-State be required to unbundle the transmission and generation? And should they be required to directly charge members for radio lines and substation equipment currently rolled into the transmission rate? So those were the two that I think really have the most effect on the rate design. As the rate is determined, I mentioned there's a lot of moving parts. Tri-State is sort of transitioning from a generation profile with a lot of capital costs to one that is procuring energy and demand through PPAs. And so as you input costs for various items, that's going to change over time. The Southwest Power Pool, Western RTO wholesale market construct may be in place 2 to 5 years from now. Should the rate align with the market's billing determinants? Once that market is in place, it's going to have an impact on wholesale power costs. Once that market is in place, then FERC Order 2222, which requires distributed energy resources access into the market, will come into play. So those are storage located throughout systems, third-party aggregation. It changes the level of competition, opens the door for competition in a way that Tri-State has not faced. The rules for how those resources compete in the market have to be developed by the RTO, and I don't know if SPP has already submitted those rules to FERC for what they do right now, and if they'll be similar, or if they also have to be developed. Unsaid in the meeting was whether or not Tri-State membership would be the same as it is now, or once the contract termination payment issue is settled, whether there'd be less members. So all of those sort of things are out there influencing how rate design happens. Tri-State can file a stated rate or a formula rate or a formulary rate. I just call it a formula rate. But I think that's what our discussion has been somewhat about. But the actual design of sort of how much of your cost is energy, how much is demand, and breaking down demand into the generation and transmission components, those discussions about what the proper weighting is can happen before you decide whether it's a stated rate or a formula rate. And so right now, the current rate captures 45% of its revenue from demand and 55% from energy. Demand breaks down, so the demand part breaks down, so 47% of the demand revenues from transmission and 53% is from generation. So, and the Tri-State rate does have a bit of tilt towards the energy side. And part of that is because you have co-ops that have high irrigation loads and other co-ops. And there's a feeling that, this is kind of the rate that will satisfy members. So, let's see, the formula rates. So a formula rate, you look at and a stated rate, you sort of look at the revenue requirements assigned to various buckets, like demand, energy, customer, margins, et cetera. But a formula rate then at the end of the year, so we'll take 2021 as an example. 2021, Tri-State had a budget for 2021. Right now, they're looking at their actuals for 2021. They're just coming in probably right now. I don't know, Carl, maybe you had your actuals in your February meeting. If the actuals come in and they're less than the budgeted amounts, so they don't meet Tri-State's revenue requirements, then there'd be a true up. And so the formula rate would automatically update so that revenue would be captured, not in 2022, but in the formula rate, in the rate that goes into effect in 2023, because we've already had 2022's budget. We're already in the middle of 2022. So the question was asked, well, how does that really help Tri-State if, say, for example, their debt service coverage or their financial ratios in 2021 are off because they didn't meet their revenue requirement, and the formula rate allows them to apply that future revenue, and Pat Bridges went through this. This is what we were told. Now, Mark may disagree with this, but what we were told is that because it's a formula rate, the future revenue is guaranteed in 2023, so it can be applied to 2021. So I thought that was really, I'd wondered how the formula rate would help meet the financial requirements and what that mechanism was, but that's what the mechanism is. The formula rate would automatically be updated yearly. And through that process, the regulatory burden at FERC is much less than a stated rate. So it's constantly moving, whereas a stated rate would stay, at a certain level until they made their next filing. I had some issue, as the formula rate was talked about, it was mentioned that you could guarantee margins. There was discussion about how deferred revenue would work in it. So, I'm like, yeah, who wouldn't want a guaranteed margin? But what gets rolled in, there's an incentive if you don't have a guarantee. So, but
yeah, that's exactly what I was going to point out.
The market can also provide that incentive. And so, but yeah, so I'd like some thought on I'm not doing a great job expressing this, but some thought on just the risk. In reality, a formula rate really sort of in a narrow sense, Tri-State doesn't have much risk at all. And I asked, if we had a customer who objected to our retail rate because our retail rate was based on Tri-State's wholesale rate, where would that put Mountain Parks? Where would that be adjudicated? And the answer was really that as long as the wholesale rate was found just and reasonable by FERC, then state PUCs defer generally to FERC and would be good. And so that customer, if they really objected, would need to get involved at probably the FERC level initially. But it shifts that risk to the customer because the customer isn't certain about their costs, and it shifts it prospectively forward because the person in 2023 is paying to make up the loss in 2021, or the member. So there are those issues that have to be balanced with the regulatory burden. I think also what actually goes into that formula rate is pretty important. The idea of being able to have guaranteed margins through a formula rate and deferred revenue, that was an interesting one. to me. But maybe if you had deferred revenue, then your rate, you wouldn't have to adjust your formula rate up as much. I don't know. So thinking about the implications to mountain parks of a formula rate, the implications to mountain parks of more or less tilt in the rate, implications to mountain parks of the unbundling of transmission. Tri-State has a policy, board policy 506, which talks about rate objectives, and they have some components in there. And as a committee, we're supposed to review those components. It talks about, optimization of resources, but equity also. So if you guys have an interest in looking at that Tri-State board policy and thinking about which objectives are most important, you think, to mountain parks, that would help sort of guide me. Because sometimes if you're pursuing both objectives, they can kind of be counter to one another. So I'll stop. Any questions or corrections from Mark or Carl? Welcome to. That's it for now.
And the one thing that I would say is if you are interested in looking at that policy, it is on the iPad under board documents, Tri-State policies, and there's a table of contents, and it will lead you to which policy Liz was referring to, 506.
Question.
Liz,
Oh, go on, Carl.
Liz, I have a couple of questions for you. I was able to listen in on the first meeting. I couldn't on the second. I had a cloud seeding meeting with the state of Wyoming and Cheyenne yesterday, so I couldn't listen in. But this formula rate benefits Tri-State, but it puts the burden on the membership because there's no certainty of what the rate adjustment, whether it be up or down, will be for the next year. But do you have the feeling that if Tri-State goes to a formula rate, that it will force mountain parks to also go in that direction?
Well, I don't know if we'd have to go to a formula rate, but if things changed dramatically and we knew that Tri-State in their budgeting process in September had to adjust their rate, and the end result of that was starting that next January, our wholesale power rate would change dramatically. It seems like we would have to change our rate. We could still make it a stated rate, but we might have to do it every single year. And so I don't really know if Mark would know more, and we didn't really get into that, but I just thinking about the implications of a rate that automatically changes. I think how the formula rate, where that breakdown between demand and energy costs falls may impact what we do as well with rates.
And I would say that if Tri-State goes to a formula rate, it would be in Mountain Park's best interest to also have a formula rate. The more frequent they have to change, Liz described, an annual change that was actually effective, a year plus later. That makes it a little bit easier, but I think she's right that if you want to have a stated rate, you're going to have to basically change your stated rate every year to accommodate for the fact that the formula rate is there. So I think it's going to be extremely difficult to have a stated rate if Tri-State has a formula rate.
So we have to give notice if we're ever going to change rates. How does that work if we have a formula rate? Because the rate would change, but then we also have these notice requirements for membership.
Well, and that's the thing. If If you have a formula rate, then you would notice the formula rate to your member, and then basically the rate itself or the formula doesn't change, the amount they pay changes. And so once you notice that that's the formula, then I would say that you aren't required to make a notice every time the formula changes. If you have a stated rate and you're going to have to do it, then you would have to notify them every time you change the stated rate. That's why I say that I think it's really difficult to live in a world where Mountain Parks has a stated rate and Tri-State has a formula rate.
Then our members never know what their power supply charge is going to be for the next year if they happen to be on a large. Do you imagine doing this for residential customers too, or only the members that currently pay some component of demand?
Typically, the utility does it for everybody.
I think it has to, we have to, yeah. I mean, it's going to become much more complicated. And that was something that was discussed, is sort of the rate needs to not be super complicated, which also, when you make things less complicated, often the assignment of revenue or costs. I tend to think of rates as costs, but Tri-State will think of it as collecting revenue, but that might not be as exactly assigned to what's driving that revenue or cost. Like, for example, you could have Tri-State could have a wholesale rate that had 3 or 4 different time of use periods, and you could peak in those different time of use periods, and you could have demand charges for each one of those time of use periods, and that would probably get closer to assigning actual costs to the folks who are using the system. But it gets so complicated that no one would know anything. It's like you might be sending the right price signal, but who would actually know what the price signal was? I mean, if it was real time, you wouldn't be able to communicate the price signal. So anyway, it's going to be a complicated process. But overall, I think that a formula rate shifts the risk of projecting revenue and costs from Tri-State onto us and our customers, our end use customers, because they had certainty, and they, at least for a year, and I guess in some ways they still are going to have certainty, but not as much.
Is the Office of Consumer Counsel or the Ratepayer Advocate involved or invited to present at all? Because I see this being an opportunity to head off, or to at least make sure that everyone on this rate design committee understands those concerns.
Right. And I had written the chair of the committee and said, I really thought that this was, it's very utility centric, revenue requires centric process. And it, in some ways, NRECA talks a lot about a member-centric model, a consumer-centric model, organizing your organization around the people you're serving, rather than thinking about, I'm going to organize my revenue requirements so it meets the needs of my organization, and the members, they'll have to work with it. So that was one of the things that I've mentioned. We could have a consumer advocate come in. I think, we could request that. I could request that as a committee member, trying to figure out who the right person is, because it's multiple states.
You'd probably need to have one from each state.
And then the other thing that I think is we're very focused on the more, and Carl can speak to this, but Tri-State's board has a fiduciary responsibility to make sure they get the revenue they need. And the staff has the same marching orders. At times, I think they look so closely at it that way that they miss the bigger environment, what's going on it's not enough to just design a rate that collects your revenue if you ignore who your competitor, if you ignore the competitive environment they're going to operate in. Tri-State's operated without a lot of competition for a long time. There are DERs that will compete with them very effectively, and the costs of those are going to come down very fast. And thinking about just looking at your system in a very discrete way as it goes just to to where it's delivered to the members, makes them miss the competition that's gonna happen in the retail space. So I think it puts them at risk there a little bit.
Yeah, and I guess what I would say about formula rates too is virtually every IOU in the nation operates on a formula rate. And so that's one of the reasons why, when they go to the commission, there is typically some entity, whether it's part of the Department of Law or a separate department, that represents the interest of the end consumer. Or there may be trade groups if it's for a particular industry, and so somebody that is there that is representing their interest before the commission to make sure that that is taken into account before decisions made. With this, that's not going to be the case except up front for the most part, because with FERC, once you set the formula rate, then depending on how many different costs you put in there, there may not ever be a need to change it. It's highly unlikely that you'd never change it, but you could go for many years before you changed it. And so there would not be an opportunity for somebody to come back in and challenge it once it's been set and approved.
The way they would challenge it is they'd challenge our rates if we pass them through, and then we have to, as the distribution co-ops.
That puts us, it does put us in a little bit of a tough spot, because the precedent is the PUC would, or at least this is Tri-State's answer to that question. So I recognize that, there could be other legal perspectives on this, but so far the precedent has been that the PUCs will defer to the FERC decision on the wholesale power, rate design, and say, okay, FERC thought this was fair, and FERC, as they review this, has to look at sort of, especially if it goes past settlement, the ALJ is really supposed to look at, represent the members or the customers. They're supposed to take into account their interests in that proceeding. And so, yeah, it puts us not in a great spot. And one of my questions was, okay, the formula rate goes to FERC, there's whatever, the 60-day notice, the objections have to go in 3 weeks, there's the whole process. By the time our customers know that this is happening, it'll be past that. They're not going to get all involved in a FERC proceeding. I think that was one of the cons of seeking FERC regulation, is it made it harder for our customers. When Tri-State did this, it made it harder for people to get involved. So yeah.
I would just reiterate, and I'm glad you were pushing for Tri-State to at least invite some speakers to more represent ratepayer advocates and consumer side, because if we don't address that now, then I think there's much more risk that they will seek a forum to challenge rates if and when they're not favorable to them going forward. And the thing to put this all in context is, as this is all being litigated right now in Colorado with the big spike in the gas charge last year associated with that Texas event. Xcel just passed that right on to customers, and that's being challenged. And the Office of Consumer Counsel put forward this huge objection that went all the way down to the letter Q or whatever, saying Xcel shouldn't be able to pass that on, and that the investors should have to bear the cost. Tri-State has no investors, right? So
we're the investors.
Exactly.
It's not just the what's going on with the consumers, the council, but also it led to a political, a bill being run because there was no communication to those consumers, letting them know that, hey, we're seeing a huge problem with gas prices. And so you might want to think about conserving a little bit, because we don't know how much we're going to charge you later for this, because we don't really know what the prices are, but we've got to keep our system running. And I understand Excel's point that they don't want to cry wolf too much in case they really need everyone to shut everything down because their system's about, because the grid's about to go down. But the lack of communication that I mean, it's like going into a store and getting some groceries and then getting billed, next year, because actually the price of those oranges was $1,000 rather than $5.
Yeah, maybe invite some of the co-ops that buy from Excel to come talk about their experience.
As we think about rate design, I think the policies and the notifications to consumers about about times and options for them to control costs are really important. So.
Mark, Carl again, I have a question for you. It's been brought up in the board meetings several times, and Liz is correct that staff, the board, their fiduciary duty is supposedly to Tri-State, but I have a slight difference of opinion on that. But their premise is that if we advocate for a stated rate, that it's going to be expensive because we have to go every year to FERC and restate our rate. And with your knowledge of FERC, is it possible for Tri-State to have a stated rate which would give consumers more certainty for longer of a period than 1 year? Say a stated rate for 5 years? Can you answer that?
Well, and that actually came up in the CEO meeting that, and some of the other presentations that Dwayne and staff have made. It is possible to have a stated rate, and you have IOUs that have a stated rate, and they don't change it every year. And in fact, I audited one that happened to be in Kansas, and they were FERC regulated, and they had not had a rate case in 20 years. Now, part of the reason is that they had a really good rate of return. And so with fluctuations in certain costs, they could accommodate those fluctuations and not have to go in and change their rate. And that's part of what Tri-State staff has said, is that if they had a formula rate, that they could lower their margin or rate of return and therefore, not have to worry about it. But in that same conversation, as Liz had pointed out, they've talked about the fact that part of the stated rate would be that they would be guaranteed a return. I've never seen that happen because part of being in business is you don't get guaranteed that you will make money. You budget, you have costs associated with it, and then you have revenue that comes in. And frankly, if it's not cold and you don't sell as many kilowatt hours, the customer should not have to come back and say, well, you have your hand out. I want some money from you because I didn't make as much as I thought because I didn't sell as many kilowatt hours. But the short answer to your question is yes, you can design a stated rate that would last for more than 1 year. Tri-State's counter to that is that you would design it by building in a higher margin so that you could absorb the volatility in some costs for a longer period of time than 12 months.
So that means that a stated rate in the competitive environment that we're in right now, to have that extra margin would not probably be practical because of the competition out there to take away Tri-State's customers. Is that right?
Not necessarily, because as Liz said, Tri-State is moving away from steel in the ground to purchase power agreements to provide the power. Typically, those purchase power agreements will have a fixed cost or a cost that is primarily fixed with a small escalator in it. And so if you're going to do that, you're going to know what your cost is for an extended period of time. So you're not necessarily going to be at a disadvantage, unless, as Tri-State has pointed out on a couple of occasions, their first wind project was $135 a megawatt. The more recent ones they have done have been closer to $20 to $25 a megawatt.
That was a solar project.
Solar. Solar. I'm sorry, I misspoke with the wind. And so, if you get all of your power when it costs $135 a megawatt, then yes, you are never going to be competitive, and a formula rate is not going to save you. But in theory, as you sign these contracts, as your system grows, as something falls off, you're going to replace it with something that should be competitive at the time that you sign it. And I think what you see with some of the independent power producers out there, or like the Guzmans or the Crossover or somebody else, they are willing to sign longer term agreements. Now, depends on what you consider long term. I will say between 10 and 20 years at a fixed rate. But that fixed rate today is cheaper than the rate that Tri-State charges. So you can do this with a fixed rate, stated rate, and still be competitive. Not knowing what the future is, you might not be competitive in 10 years.
And I would say, one thing I would say about that is those entities who are doing those fixed rate long-term contracts are willing to take that risk. And so the risk falls on them. Doesn't fall on Mountain Parks or its members, as long as that entity has the financial backing to pull it off. So the formula rate shifts that consideration, and it's complicated. There's 42 members. Tri-State has provided very reliable power. Everyone's trying to make this work. I am heartened by the discussion, what Mark mentioned about the discussion they had as managers. I feel like maybe there's more listening going on. Certainly there are folks on this committee that have Tri-State's, they're really firm on Tri-State's requirements and revenue, and anyone who reduces their demand, that benefit should flow directly to Tri-State, not to the member co-op or to the customer, because we're all in this together. There are other members on this committee who are like, you absolutely can't charge too much for demand because that'll kill my customers and I'm not going to move there. But the overall tone, I think, is more conciliatory and willing to try to explore solutions. So,
and I think that they will be able to explore solutions. I think that, based on the past history with the rate committees and listening to some of those discussions, there are, as Liz pointed out, some dyed-in-the-wool folks, and they have their opinion, and nothing you are going to say is going to change my opinion. I don't care if you say this is better for me, doesn't matter. And so I think that Tri-State has a really uphill battle to get everybody to agree. In fact, I mean, I would say that it's virtually impossible for them to get 42 people to agree on everything unless people on both sides of a discussion are willing to compromise. Because Jeff can tell you, he had a group of 4 or 5 people that sat at his table, and they would start off the conversation by saying, you know, okay, I'm more than willing to discuss this, but I've already made up my mind. So, and you're not going to change it, but let's go ahead and discuss it. If you have that kind of discussion, you're never going to get consensus. And I know that Tim, the new Tri-State Board Chair, really wants to work towards consensus. Find something that works for everybody. Not everybody gets what they want necessarily, but it works for everybody. And if that happens, then maybe you get to a point where you can get you know, agreement from all parties. So I don't know, Carl, if I actually answered your question or not.
I just, one other thing, you'll be doing a cost of service study. They're starting that. So sorry, Carl.
I think you did, Mark, and I appreciate that. For me, it's confusing, as probably for everyone else, but you know, moving to this formula rate has me a little bit concerned, especially for the membership of Mountain Park. So they keep, you know, promoting in the boardroom that it's expensive every year to file a stated rate. And so that's why what prompted my question to you, and I don't know much about FERC. You do, and so I appreciate it. So thank you for the reply.
Yeah, and as Liz pointed out, when I was in North Dakota, we did an audit of a gas pipeline. And they had dockets that were filed with FERC that had been open for 12 years. And so they had a docket, and then it was supplanted by a second docket and a third docket and a fourth docket. And until they closed the first one, it was like dominoes. You wouldn't be able to close all the rest of them. And so, and we were FERC auditors, so we got to look at all the stuff 12 years back. And so it can be expensive for those things. And as Liz pointed out, you know, if they file it in September of 23, they might not get a decision until, you know, 25 or 26. And that there is a cost associated with that, because you have to continually do that, and you may stack cases because you get something and it works for you, but it's put in place subject to refund. So you're going to have to make sure that you have the money in the event that you have to give it back. But then a year later, you file another case when the first one still hasn't been settled, and that one can go for the same 2 or 3 years. So the Tri-State is right that, you know, filing cases doesn't necessarily go quickly, unless, of course, you can have, you know, everybody agree. And there ends up being a cost for that, because FERC lawyers are really expensive.
Yeah. One thing that I came to me as a surprise, and you know, I know there's different trigger points for commission regulation, but I was sort of under the impression that many G&Ts, the majority of G&Ts, were FERC regulated, and it turned out that only like 6 G&Ts are FERC regulated, and the other 50, about 50, are able to set their rates on their own and work through their you know, state PUCs if there are issues or whatever. But so there's a cost to FERC regulation. Tri-State probably would have gotten there anyway, but
yeah, and I think that
things and those. So the rate. So GDS was talking about rate design and basically said, you know, those 50 that aren't regulated, they hold their rates really closely. They don't have to have public. They don't have to disclose how they get those rates, to develop those rates, as long as the board agrees with it and nobody challenges it. You know, they're held closely. So
And I think, Liz, that one of the reasons, I mean, Tri-State has suggested or inferred in the past that almost all of the, or a majority of the G&Ts are in fact regulated by FERC. And I think that that is partially true if you're looking at G&Ts that operate in multiple states.
Mm-hmm.
If you're looking at G&Ts, and there are a number of them that operate basically within a particular state, then there is no need for them, in their opinions, to be regulated by FERC, because if somebody has a problem, they know where they're going to go. But if with somebody like Tri-State or some of the others that operate in 3 or 4 different states, if somebody has a problem, they may go to New Mexico, they may go to Colorado, they may go to Wyoming, and that makes a difference, because you're trying to then, balance something and say, okay, well, you don't want to have, one set of things happen in Wyoming, a different set in Colorado, a different set in New Mexico. And so for them, or at least what they have stated is, it makes more sense to have one place where everybody goes. And, I don't know that they would say today that it's as easy as they thought it was going to be.
Okay, thanks, Liz. Great discussion. Good luck.
One thing I'm sorry, one thing I will say is that, so I think that, staff and the GMs have been, and probably the Tri-State board members have been kicking this around for quite some time. And they're well down the road to sort of, staff certainly, my impression is they have an idea of what works, and they have an idea of what needs to happen for that to get done by next May. And so there is this cost of service study that's going to be done. What the committee actually does and how it influences that inertia will be very interesting.
Liz, did they determine who's doing that that study?
Yeah, it's New Gen, because they've already got the models for the A40.
Okay.
And there was discussion about the FERC accounting, which I have to talk to Mark about, so I don't fully understand, FERC's accounting and classification of costs, and whether Tri-State fully, if they've switched all the way over. Pat Bridges said they had, but anyway, yeah.
Yeah, because Liz mentioned it, there's FERC accounting and then there's NARUC accounting. And although NARUC somewhat mirrors FERC accounting, but it's not exactly the same.
Okay. All right, Dick, you got anything?
Western United is raking in money hand over fist. And I've been appointed again to the budget committee. We're going to have a meeting in March and review the margins that they're generating. A few of us have concerns that the margins are getting out of hand, and we feel that instead of having the co-ops that buy from them wait 6 or 7 years to get their money back, we're looking at maybe adjusting some of the prices. Then you get into how you compete with some of the other people in the field. So it's going to be involved, but hopefully when we get through with our March budget meeting and at our April meeting it's adopted, we'll have something that's a little more in line with where we feel the corporation should be running. Aside from that, they're having another fantastic year. They have orders in-house, but someone alluded to the fact about transformers. Some of them are 16 to 18 months out. So, it's going to be a crisis for some of the co-ops that are trying to order those. So they've been looking at other suppliers, and aside from that, nothing else has been going on. But I'll keep you abreast of what happens at the budget meeting.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Kristen, do you have anything?
I'm going to the training this Saturday, so I'll probably head down to Denver tomorrow and take the director class on Saturday.
Oh, good. Justin, you got anything? Yeah, all right. Mr. Volt?
Same as Liz, Kristen, I'm going down to the training on Saturday also. Head down tomorrow. I'm just doing the 1-day training. So get that one after 4 years, finally getting the beginner training done.
Good.
That's all I've got.
Good to take advantage of those classes. Yeah. Carl, what you got?
Well, we had a tri-state meeting, a planning meeting. I think the issues that we discussed were sent out, but I'm not at liberty to talk about most of them. But one of the things that intrigued me that I think I will bring out is that, as Mark has said, and I think I've said in the past, that Reg Rudolph was hired for kind of a electrify everything program and what Tri-State could possibly do. But that program is being developed right now, and it's scheduled to be presented in April, and then possible final approval in July for Tri-State. But one of the points that he brought out that intrigued me was that, as you all know, he came from San Isabel and started that Empower program down there, and I brought it up in the past, but he shared that that program is supplying 50% of the margins for the co-op. So it's, something that is pretty important, I think, but I don't know that we're doing enough right now, but I don't know what enough is. But that's one of the issues that came out of the planning meeting. The rest of it, I think I sent the reports of the meeting to Mark, and he shared them with everyone. A couple of highlights that came out of the regular board meeting is that there's still $130 million left in deferred revenue at Tri-State. So the 2% rate reduction that's scheduled for 2022 should be covered with that if, whatever things turn out for 2022. And policy 115 contract for La Plata was approved for their school bus being connected to the grid for a 5-year period. So I know we've had that discussion in the past, but policy 115 that they applied for was approved. So the BDP settlement was also approved. So hopefully that'll move through FERC fairly quickly. And then in executive session, there was a discussion of the lawyer fees, and the board got the number. And if Mountain Parks is interested and wants to know the number, I think Mark mentioned this in one of his emails, but they need to go through policy 406, and then the board has to approve that request, and they can get the number. So with that, that's about all I have.
Carl, you want to mention anything about the settlement that was reached on the resource planning?
Well, on with the Colorado PUC.
Exactly.
Only thing I know of is there's a settlement. The total details weren't really presented to us, but Tri-State agreed and everyone else agreed. So it's up to the PUC at the moment.
All right, I might highlight a little bit of that because I did read the settlement. It is a public document now. And
Okay.
essentially the settlement that was reached is Tri-State agreed to establish 2005 as its baseline for emissions, reduce emissions at least 26% by 2026, and then have graduated steps up to its 2030 goal to reduce by either it was 75% or 80%. There had been some objections from environmental groups and ratepayer advocates over several issues before. One had been around some of the scenarios that Tri-State used for its cost modeling and how they factored in, different costs and scenarios. So Tri-State, I think, agreed to adopt in future modeling some of the alternative models that had been put forth by some of the other experts involved in the process. But I mean, the big news was that Tri-State succeeded in getting consensus from environmental groups to present this kind of on a unified front to the PUC. So that should help them get their plan approved going forward.
Anything else, Carl?
Nothing else, unless there's more questions.
Okay. It's CRA. Mark put the report out. Hopefully you guys, if you're interested in the legislative stuff, that stuff was in there. So the legislative process is going hot and heavy. So there's a lot in there to read. So I won't go into all that, but I did want to report that CRA elected new officers. I did my 2-year term, and I will be done this weekend. So, or I guess Tuesday. Jenny Dusek with United Power was elected president. Joe Radetsky, Sangre de Cristo, is vice president. Rod Martinez from Grand Valley is secretary, and there's a newly elected Steve Valdez with San Luis Valley for treasurer. So that'll be the new slate of officers for CRA after this week. A couple of things I heard around the table at our meeting I thought was interesting is that Grand Valley Power is moving to a time of use rate for all its residential customers. It's not an opt-in or opt-out program. That is going to be their rate. It's an easy on-peak 4 to 9, 365 days a year. And there's a 2 to 1 kilowatt differential. So that'll be interesting to see how that works out. One other thing, Holy Cross through their REST fund is offering, so it's one power module, $30 a month for 10 years, the financing on that, and they get to control that battery during their peak times.
Is it the Tesla?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, so it's 30 bucks. That's what Green Mountain Power does too. $30 a month. And you get backup power, and they get to control it. And it's
so residential members get that.
Yeah.
How many kilowatts?
So if you don't want, I don't know what they are.
It's 7.5, I think. 7, 8.
Is that there?
I think that's what the peak, the short duration peak, I think is 7.5. And I can't remember if it's can't remember if it's a 15 kilowatt hour or what it actually stores. But the peak it can meet, peak demand it can meet, I think is 7.5. And you can double them up. I don't know what Holy Cross allows, but you can double them up. So you could have a 15 kW,
right.
Or
yeah, he didn't say, he just said one module. So, and you can also finance it for more per month if you don't let them have control. And I can't remember what that was, but it was maybe $10 more a month or 20. I can't remember. But anyway,
and does that,
interesting to see.
Does the member then own it after 10 years?
Yeah, I would assume so. It's a 10-year financing. Yeah.
I would sign up for that.
Is it a 10-year warranty on those batteries? Is there a warranty?
There
Now
is
you
a
say
warranty.
that.
There is a warranty, I think, and I think it may be 10 years. And my dad's wife is signed up through that program in Green Mountain Power, which, it's just.
Okay. Oh, and I don't know if anybody saw it, but La Plata's doing a town hall meeting tonight on the status of their power supply, I guess, an update, or I think it starts at 6, so sounds like you can log into their website to watch it. So that might be interesting. That's all I got. Anybody got anything else?
Jeff, I got a question on your report. Something I didn't understand with the co-ops reporting directors forum. Yampa Valley, Scott McGill reported that about the broadband work. They're spending more time on the electrical side. But then the last sentence says that the organization is looking to move from Article 55 to Article 56 statutes. Do you know what that is, or is that a question for Bryson?
Bryson knows what that is.
Yeah, so all co-ops, almost all co-ops in Colorado are Article 55 co-ops. That's by default from older cooperative laws. Article 55 is a very, let's put it this way, bare bones organizational statute. It has a short list of obligations, a short list of powers, and then that's supplemented with application of the Business Corporations Act and then also the Nonprofit Corporations Act, where not in conflict with Article 55. Every co-op, with the exception of DMEA in Colorado, is an Article 55 co-op. And technically DMEA is also an Article 55 co-op because when you look to, when you adopt application of Article 56, you remain a 55 co-op, you just elect to be governed by Article 56. The major difference with Article 56 is it is far more explicit in the obligations and powers of the cooperative, and there are many more of them, and a lot of them are copies, in many ways, cut and paste of the powers and obligations that exist under the Business Corporations Act and the Nonprofit Corporations Act, with some variation, which are, again, arguably applicable to Article 55 co-ops, depending on where there's no conflict. Those that move to Article 56 or choose governance by Article 56 do it for the avoidance of doubt, the clarity of the powers and the obligations stated therein, especially with respect to some powers that might be questionable. My understanding, the reason DMEA did it is they wanted to have the clear ability to issue preferred stock to help finance the buyout of from Tri-State. So those are the kind of broad strokes differences between 55 and 56. Process for election of 56 requires some modifications to articles of incorporation and bylaws, the former requiring member approval for sure. The latter may be requiring member approval depending on what your bylaws say and which provisions need to be modified.
Does it have any effect on the discussion that we had earlier about director districts, et cetera?
No, there's no express requirement as to director districts, how those are formed under 56 or certainly not under 55.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thanks, Bryson. Well, Mark, looks like we've got a bond request.
Yeah, there's
Under
actually
emergency
two
business.
items that we need to talk about under emergency business. One is the fund request, and Stacy has the other one.
Okay. I was thinking if we can get through, looks like we need a Mountain Park Services meeting as well.
Yeah.
So it kind of works good if we can get through those items, and then we'll go in executive session and recess for lunch. Does that work for you, staff? Or?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
So I will start off because Stacy is finishing her lunch. You have an education fund request from the Grand County Higher Education, and it is funds for a parenting class to assist parents with helping their kids do better in school. It came before the charitable trust, and they don't necessarily like to give out larger amounts of money early in the year to make sure that they actually have money to give out throughout the rest of the year. So we put it on here to see if it's something that the board would consider under the education fund. And Stacy can give she was there for the presentation, so she can give a little bit more detail on that.
I had one question before we get into that.
Sure.
Are we going to be paying for programs that are being purchased and supplied to these people, or is this Darcy's salary for running the program?
Nope, she did a detailed breakdown on the very last page. And it's it's turned. It's $8,000 if I remember right for the program fee. It was another $1,000 for web creation registration. So I think I would kind of view that as her salary. $800 for the materials themselves. $200 for some flyers and marketing. So that's the breakdown. They also have some other in-kind contributions for the parents of this class. They've gotten donations for food, she said. And then she has a breakdown on that last page as well.
I didn't see that in here when I went through. So I was just curious because, it's very similar to what's going on, what we do with Patrick. And that basically pays for him to carry out what he's doing. And I wasn't aware of how this program worked. If this is to pay for some of those things, I would say that's wonderful. Even if it was to pay for her, I just was curious. If someone asked me what we're funding, I'd like to have the answer. And if you're saying it's for the actual program she's going to be getting, then that's fine.
She will not be teaching this program. She is hiring, she said, a team of, there's a couple psychologists that teach it. And they go around the state, and I think they go to visiting other states too, she said, or a few other states, and they teach this program.
All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, did you want to add anything else to your discussion with them?
No, I don't think so. I mean, Darcy just talked about how this goes hand in hand with getting parents involved in their children and some of the unique issues they face. So she talked a lot about social media, being resilient at school, working through distractions, and working with psychologists to the parents from a young age to up to middle school teenagers. And in Darcy's usual style, she's super passionate about what a great thing this is for our community, how excited she is to bring it to the school districts. I think she envisioned a class at the Fraser Elementary School, one at the middle school or high school, and then a series 2 in Kremling. So those, nothing in Jackson County. This is just Grand.
Okay.
That's all I have to add.
We do need, if we're gonna accept this, we would need a motion to do so, unless there's further questions.
I'm not a parent, but I support driver's education. I think parents' education is probably important too, but I guess I'd like to hear from Justin and Dick. I know that in other communities, I have a friend who was a principal down in the Durango area, and the school district actually had enough money. I don't know how they funded it. They had some parents' education thing down there, and it really helped. The principal was very appreciative because it helped get the parents on board and get them ready to support their kids in school. So that's all I know about these efforts.
Okay.
Yeah, what I could offer is Darcy's pretty good at what she does. And, she was with the school district for a long time. And I don't know much about this program, but I agree with Elizabeth. I think parental education in some of these areas, especially with what we're going through up here with distant learning and everything like that, I think it might be worthwhile. And as long as we get a report back and figure out whether it's working or not would be one of the requirements I'd have.
Anybody else? Any other comments? Justin?
Same as Dick. I know Darcy does a good job with her programs. We attended a similar one probably 5-6 years ago. I don't know who sponsored it, but it was at a church, sort of a 3-night parenting class, which took some good things out of, others not, but I know there's some parents that who would definitely benefit probably. So are they're not asking for any other donations from other organizations on this?
Nope.
It looks
just-
like 10,000 was the full amount.
Full funding is what she's requesting. Yes.
Other than the non-cash support from the businesses, because they are going to feed the parents at these classes, and I believe, isn't it a 10-week class, Stacy?
Yeah, she was envisioning 2 10 to 12-week classes one night a week.
So I move to approve the request from Grand County Higher Education in the amount of $10,000, and that a requirement be attached to it that at the end of the project, the year, that a report detailing the number of attendees and some sort of measurement of success be provided.
I'll tell you that. Okay.
I will second.
Thanks, Justin. We had a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
And Carl, if it works
Anybody
and Jackson is interested, then the following year, maybe we think about how to get it to Jackson.
Well,
Okay, let's take a motion.
I'm not in favor of the program, so my vote would be nay.
Okay. All right, looks like the motion does carry. Mark, you said you had something else?
Yes, one other item. The audit is next month, and we want to see what the board would like as an involvement for the audit committee. And typically, I think our committees are a committee of the whole. However, last year, I want to say 4 of the board members attended the exit conference and talking with the auditor, but we wanted to give the board an opportunity to give us their direction on what they would like to see for involvement in the audit.
Well, I for one, I wasn't on the committee, but I liked hearing back from them on, their thoughts. So I'd be in favor of, I don't know if somebody new wants to serve on it or, but I would be in favor of having that committee again. Or I don't know if it's a standing committee. Maybe we don't need to do anything with it. I don't know.
I'd be willing to be on it again. I appreciated 2 looks at it. So if we have one.
Perfect.
So
Who else
what
was
we
on
did
it?
last year, I set up a Zoom meeting for the last day the auditors were here. And they give just a recap of what they looked at, preliminary findings, and just some feedback. And I could do that again this year. And then they do a final audit report as well, usually to the board. But
So
Who was all on the committee last year?
I think that we offered it to everybody, but I think Justin, Liz, Dick, was there one other person I'm forgetting?
I think it was those three.
Okay.
And I'd be interested, but I just don't know time wise with the tri-state stuff.
Depending on when it is, I'd be more than happy, just
I think,
just to fill in the calendar.
excuse me, they're coming the 9th, 10th, and 11th. And usually they stay till like 1 on the 11th. That's or around noon, March 11th. I'm sorry. And that's when we did it last year, just that 1 hour, 2 hour check-in.
Okay.
Yeah,
Is anybody willing to take
meeting is
Liz's?
Our meeting's the 10th, so the 11th would work for me. That's not a problem. I will be
Is there
here.
anybody that would step in for Liz, wants to do that?
How many days and hours does it require?
It's just that one Zoom meeting, and it's typically an hour to 2 hours max.
If you need a third person, I'd be happy to volunteer. I just need to check my day job schedule.
I have Jeff,
Okay,
Justin,
perfect.
and Dick so far. Doesn't have to be 3, it could be 4. Kristen, I'll add you. And if
Or
you
it could be
can
all 7. If everybody wants to be there, that's fine too. Well, what we will do, Jeff, is we will set up the Zoom and send it to all the board members. And then those that can make it, we'll be happy to have them. And then anybody that's there can report back to the rest of the board.
Okay, so it sounds like hopefully if Kristen can do it, we'd have 3 there for sure. So, okay.
I had a question, not about that, but Stacy, do you want us, when we do expense reports, to keep each month separate? Is there a reason, or was that just at the end of the year that I had an overlap?
Expense month reporting training next month when Michelle's back. She's got it all set up super easy and nice. And now that you all have 365s on your iPad, we're excited to talk about it. So to answer your question, yes, if you could keep them separate. We've got something that I'm hoping will ease the reporting of all of it. No more emails, using your iPads for everything, and we'll go through that in March.
All right, it was just that we have a meeting today. A lot of us are going to CRA this weekend, and that winds up going on the next report. So it's just the timing. Does it make it easier for you to make sure we have months separated? That was my only question.
Yeah, just like a prudent accountant, I like to keep the month expenses in the month. So yeah, that'd be my preference, please.
All right.
By each month.
No problem.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Mark, I think that does it for emergency business. Is that?
Yes, that does. So we could move on to the Mountain Park Services meeting.
We got old business and new business in front of that. Do we have any old business?
Not that I'm aware of.
Any new business?
Not that I'm aware of, because we covered it under emergency business.
Oh, okay. All right. So we'll move into the Mountain Park Services meeting.
Yeah, I want to call the meeting to order. It's 12:45. We have a quorum. Approve the prior meting minutes, which I had seen on call to order.
Yes,
but I'm not seeing them now.
I think if you go up to February.
Oh, okay. That's
click on that, and then there's a second one that says MPSI.
Right.
Click on that, and I believe it will bring up the minutes like magic.
Yeah. Has everyone had a chance to read the minutes? Review the minutes.
They're pretty scanty.
Motion to approve the minutes by anyone? Any changes? You're muted, Dick.
Yep. Make a motion to approve the minutes.
Anyone second? Did I see a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Thank you. Our first only order of business really is to set the annual meeting for Mountain Park Services. Are we good with the June, the June 2022, same day as the board meeting, which would be the 9th? Does that work for folks?
June 9th, 2022.
Yeah.
So you need a motion for that.
Make a motion to schedule the annual meeting of Mountain Park Services for June 9th.
Thanks, Dick. Thanks, Justin, for the second. All in favor? Motion passes. Any new business? I've lost my agenda. Any new business? Any old business? Okay. Go ahead, Kristen.
Under new business, sorry, I didn't raise my hand fast enough. I was typing. Perhaps we should discuss was it the Empower program that raised margins like 50%, as Carl mentioned? And whether that would be appropriate for Mountain Park Services to consider learning from.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's a good point. Let's put it on, maybe we'll do a little research and put it on our June agenda, if that would work. Or maybe soon.
One of the things that I will tell you about the program and why it generates the revenue that it does is unlike the Electrify Everything program, they charge more market interest rates on the program. They are also surrounded by other utilities that, and they provide service to the other utility customers. Typically, I believe they are municipals. In some cases, it might actually be Excel. And that's where they are making most of their money, is providing the services to non-members as well as more of a market interest rate. And that we're surrounded mostly by other co-ops, so we would have to provide the service to other co-op members. But I mean, we can get more information from them and provide it to the board prior to the meeting, and then discuss those options.
Any emergency business? Okay, we're adjourned.
Okay, Jeff, back to you.
All right, so we do have a need for an executive session, and it works out good if we can go into executive session, and then we'll just break for lunch just for logistics on the for the meeting. So we've got 3 items.
Yes, we have 5 because you wanted to add board attorney relationship, which would be item D. And I believe Bryson wanted to comment on capital credit allocation. That would be item E.
Okay. Can somebody take us there? Ready?
I'll make a motion.
Go into
to-
executive session.
And Justin, I think, wants to second it.
Second.
Could you state
Okay.
the reasons for executive session or the topics that would be discussed?
Employee housing timeline, time of use rates, cyber security plan, board attorney relationship, and capital credit allocation.
Got that, Kristen? Good. Okay. We got a motion and a second. All those in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay, we're